Okay, so second live stream of the week. A lot has, well, not much has happened since the Easter Monday live stream, apart from the channel's just continued to grow, and the subscriber count continues to climb. The view hours are really, really good. The engagement we're getting from subscribers is really, really good. And what was really interesting on Easter Monday was some of the questions we got asked and some of the topics we discussed. And that leaves food for thought. We've had a lot of different questions asked over the years of doing this, and a lot of different topics have been covered. And it's always interesting having that engagement and the questions and the different topics and the different sports. And it's given me some ideas for some video content. It's given me some ideas for a bit of research to do. The next time I've got some time off work, it definitely has given me some research ideas. I mean, some of the videos we've done in the last week or so are quite interesting. And looking at, for example, the AFL and should they bring back state of origin? I was very interested with how they, stopped doing it, and they were looking at, obviously, why the NRL and rugby league in Australia, for some reason, with all that sports issues, how they managed to get state of origin to work, and yet they sat down with their AFL commission and we're trying to figure out how to compete with a rival sport for eyes on the product, TV revenue, and they made the product worse. And they were heavily criticised. So they made a lot of mistakes, and then the Sydney Olympics came along, and then they didn't resurrect it after 2000, which is interesting. They just mothballed it and then never got round to bringing it back to life, so to speak. I just found that interesting when I was doing the research of the AFL State of Origin video and looking at why they just stopped doing it. And then when we had the bushfire charity game fundraiser back in 2020, just before the COVID pandemic, it reignited a debate within the AFL media and AFL fandom about bringing the concept back, and that's been 5 years. There's been no movement on that. And yeah, hope I'm well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I've just booked a week off work. I worked Monday and then I've just booked a week off work. So I've been just enjoying just a bit of rest and relaxation. I haven't really got any money to go anywhere. I don't get paid till Monday. So I've just been enjoying just lazing about and reading some books and I watched a bit of the women's one-day cricket. Warwickshire, Hampshire went down to the final ball. That was a draw. There was a brief rain delay. Warwickshire had it in the bag, and then they had a batting collapse. So women's 50 over county cricket has started. And it's quite interesting how they've structured the women's county cricket game compared to the men's. That's quite interesting. I'm not 100% sold on how they're working out the divisions and what's semi-pro and full professional, but I think it's a step in the right direction. And they're moving in the right direction. That'll be Liverpool winning the Premier League for the second time. They just got to get a draw now, and they've got their second title in 5 seasons, 6 seasons. But this weekend we do have the 2 FA Cup semi-finals and the rest of the Anzac Rugby League weekend in the NRL. So there's some interesting sporting events taking place this weekend. Obviously, the Canterbury Bulldogs, their winning streak to start the NRL season has come to an end, and I will be discussing that in the Round 8 review. I'll be discussing that in the Round 8 review when all the matches are fully played this weekend. But the conditions up at Suncorp Stadium when I was watching the game earlier, the conditions, Brisbane, the Broncos, Bulldogs, that was like a monsoon. That was absolutely horrendous conditions. And yes, Brisbane played better in the first half. There wasn't a lot of mistakes. It's just the Bulldogs just didn't get started. The Bulldogs won the second half. So I wouldn't be, if you are a Bulldogs fan, I wouldn't be too worried. But There were 3 sin bins. There's a lot of players on both sides who are facing potential suspension out of that game. And so it was an interesting game to watch. And because Suncorp's got a couple of games this weekend, that pitch was battered by the end. So that was interesting. The National League South, Truro City are top, but I think there's like 8 teams within 2 points going into the end of the season. And it's been like that. It's been like that all season. Everyone's beating everyone. No one's really dominating the National League South, and there's going to be teams like Torquay have been a football league side, so there are some clubs that have played at a much higher level in the National League system. And I've got to do my Southend video at some point. That's going to be interesting in the Southend United videos. No, Worthing is a place. Woking is in. No, Worthing is a place on the south coast. Worthing's a separate town, and is a league below Woking. I've got to do the Woking video as well. There's a couple of. I've got to do a lot of football club history videos, because the National League South is a ridiculous league this season, just with how close it is, and it's been like that all season though. I've been following it on social media, and it's been like that absolutely all season from pretty much day one. Everyone's beaten everyone, and it's just ridiculous. Which is good for the league being very, very competitive and teams playing matches that matter at the end of April, beginning of May, and still being in a chance with promotional playoffs. It does worry me when a league becomes very uncompetitive and a lot of the teams are just going through the motions where they're not playing games that matter at the end of the season. So it's good to see that it's a very competitive league, and I think it's something like 8 teams are within 2 or 3 points of each other, and they can all get promoted and all miss out, and it's been a very hectic season in National League South, and I don't think a season like that will be repeated ever again. With just how close it's been, with goal difference, 4 and ahead, 4 and against, should I say? So the head-to-head between clubs, I don't think a league will see a season like that ever again. I think that is a once in a generation kind of season, and so I don't. I'm going to have to look at the National League South when the season's all said and done, how ridiculous it is. And 1 point separating the top 4 is ridiculous. But as I say, it's been like that all season. I can't comment on, how the season's panned out because obviously I'm not a fan of a National League South side, but it has been one of them seasons. And I honestly don't think it will be repeated ever again, where so many teams are so close in a league table, and we're talking about this, and we've literally got days of the season left, and a handful of games left, and then it's all about the playoff structure. Yeah, National League North. The National League is thankfully being very, very competitive from the National League, and then the North and South. It's been very, very competitive, and I think that's some good, healthy signs for the footballing pyramid. Even though we have seen a lot of negative headlines about clubs struggling financially, clubs going bust, clubs going into administration. Hamilton Academical are up in Scotland are appealing their points deduction, even though they've been officially relegated from I think it's the top flight or the second tier. Can't remember what league Hamilton are playing in, but Hamilton Academical are appealing their points deduction now that the season's done, because it relegated them. We still don't know what's going to happen with Reading. They've got a week or 2 to figure out a sale. Torquay, I've taken 2,000 fans away to Hemel Hempstead. But they were a football league side only not that long ago. So that's interesting. The Worcester Warriors making a return, getting their license back. They're going to be playing in the Championship. Well, what that tells us about rugby union is ring fencing doesn't work. And we're having the debate about the NRL investing in Super League and how they're going to change the league structure and kick certain teams out. And you've got teams like Castleford and Wakefield and Leigh who are going to most likely miss out on staying in Super League. And they're going to try and shoehorn Toulouse in there. And then what happened, so we know ring fencing doesn't work. I have concerns about the Super League going forwards and what that's going to look like. And how that's going to be structured, and we don't know. And there's, I think, so that's going to be really interesting how that plays out. There's a lot of, a lot is on the line with rugby league and rugby union. Look, it's good that Worcester Warriors are making a return and that they are expanding the championship, but at the same time, it is. Well, they did lend Worcester Warriors the money, so when you lend money, there is always risk attached. It's like when you take a loan, there's always a risk attached. Your capital is at risk. They say that about any investment. Your capital's at risk. So, but that's an economics and a political kind of topic and a finance topic. And I'm not an expert on finance. I never said I have been. And I've had questions about, sports finance. And as I've said, I'm not an expert, but I've had debates about it and discussions about it over the years in regards to sports finance and how there's a lot of similarities to the financial crash we saw in 2007 to 2010, where there was a lot of speculative spending back then. What's my football team? I'm a Blackburn Rovers fan, so we're not having we're technically still in the playoff hunt in the championship, but I don't think it's going to happen. And with the ownership and managerial changes, it's a bit of a mess. Truro City and Worthing have not been to the National League level. No, they haven't. Did I pass my final exams? Yeah, I did A levels, so I went into further education. So yes, I did. I didn't do as well as my family wanted, but ironically, up until that point, I was actually the best in my family. Came to academia and being in school. I did better than what my sister did. Yet my sister's now managed to get a university qualification through her work, through training and study on the job. My brother did shockingly, and he's in a better job than I am. So there's that. What's the biggest football club? It's Truro City. But this is interesting with Cornwall. And people go, why hasn't Cornwall had any kind of, apart from the Cornish Pirates, who sadly no longer exist, any professional team at the highest level in whatever sport? It's because Cornwall's quite very similar to like the Highlands in Scotland. It's really isolated, and there's not a lot of economic activity in Cornwall other than tourism and agriculture. So it's not the wealthiest part of the world, and average salaries aren't there, and there's not a lot of corporate, and it's a very rural county, and it's a very rural part of the world. There's no motorway access, and it is literally it is the arse end of the country, and there's a lot of issues economically with Cornwall since the mines have closed down. Yeah, I mean, rugby union is obviously the West Country. It's cricket and rugby union, ironically, that more people participate in. Even though you've got a couple of big football clubs down in Devon and Dorset and Somerset, it's basically it's rugby union and cricket country. And Cornwall's always had a great rugby heritage. Obviously, unfortunately, the rugby league club is now folded. But they do get good crowds, and the Cornish Pirates obviously were knocking on the door of making that next step. And we've discussed the state of rugby union at club level across the world, and the problems that rugby union is facing in the professional era, that it hasn't really resolved. And I think that's a fair discussion point. So it is a fair talking point, the situation with rugby union at club level. It's not in a healthy position. I think we can all agree on that. Those Cornish teams, they do, and this is where I think rugby league could have worked. But again, team ownership and the RFL and IMG grading and all that mess that rugby league's done. There was an opportunity, but yeah, rugby union does well in Cornwall. People go rugby union's a very upper class, more middle and upper class sport, but Cornwall is a very working class kind of area if you think about it, with wages and jobs, and it sort of suits the culture of the county and the people, and it's it's a shame the Cornish Pirates didn't get to the Premiership. It really is, because I think that would have definitely been a massive boost. And we know that sport, especially at the professional level, can be a massive boost for a community economically. So, but yeah, they do. There's a lot of players who play rugby union who do come from Cornwall professionally, who've made the professional ranks. So there are pathways there. It's just the RFU and the club game is got problems, and it's not sustainable, the situation. Rugby union at club level is finding itself. If we're being honest, it's not sustainable, and we need to look at why. What league are Red Hill in, and what is going on with that? I have no idea. I don't really follow. I don't really follow non-league football, if I'm being honest. I do the club histories, and I look at, if there's takeovers and managerial appointments and sackings, if I think they're discussion worthy, and I do match reviews when clubs play each other in the FA Cup, for example. But I don't really follow club football as much as I used to. I obviously follow how Blackburn do. It's been many years since I've been able to go to a game, and this is. It's so I don't really follow that kind of thing. Well, the stadium for Cornwall, yeah. I mean, look, again, it's infrastructure investment, and we've discussed this before about Cornwall and the infrastructure and the funding and the economics of the county, and so there is that. And yeah, if that funding and the stadium are being built and the investment had come in, then yeah, the Cornish Pirates. But again, it's you got to look at the RFU and how they're running the game, and the club finances, and what happened to Worcester Warriors, what happened to London Irish, what happened to Wasps, and you've got to ask the question, London Welsh, what's going on in clubland, and has been going on in clubland for more than a decade. So this isn't just COVID causing problems for teams. This is much deeper issues, and there are other teams currently struggling, like Newcastle Falcons, the Exeter Chiefs, one of the more successful sides, are having some financial issues. So this is not just happened overnight. This has been brewing for some time, and then the pandemic and the shutdown exposed a lot of the financial mismanagement and the issues within the game. The Jersey Bulls have appealed their 3-point deduction for fielding a player they shouldn't have been. The season finished last Saturday. Red Hill won top of 3 points. If Jersey do get there, they win on goal difference. Right. Yeah, look, we're seeing Hamilton up in Scotland appeal their points deduction because it meant they got relegated, and they're appealing that, which they have a right to do, and this is where things get messy, but when you field a eligible player, you get punished. So I don't know how they're going to appeal that, and I would say that they shouldn't have fielded the illegal player, basically. Hi Jordan, how you doing? And the fact it comes down to goal difference as well is ridiculous. But it'll be interesting to see if they are successful in their appeal. And but it's non-league, and non-league governance, much like the Football League and the Premier League, we've seen points deductions before. We've seen avenues of appeal, and we've seen complaints lodged when some clubs seem to get softer punishments than others, and some clubs seem to get harsher punishments than others. So Nottingham Forest and Everton, for example, we saw the Mascherano and Tevez situation when they were at West Ham, and Sheffield United kicked up a fuss. So we've seen punishments like this before, and by precedent, I can't see their appeal being successful. But as I say, I don't really follow the non-league. But if they, sport in the UK isn't a right mess. I think ice hockey, is doing a lot better than it was before, which is good, and we're seeing a lot of positive stories come out in regards to that. London Irish will, because they have been taken over by Eddie Jordan's consortium before he passed away. They did purchase the rights, and there is a hint they might go into the URC. So I think London Irish, the amateur club still exists. Same with Wasps. Their original clubs still exist. In regards to Wasps, look how long it took for Worcester to come back. London Welsh never came back. The whole club's gone. So there's two ways it can go. But no, sports in the UK are in a mess. We're still waiting on the 115 charges of Manchester City. The longer that drags on, the more damaging that becomes for the game, not only in England but across Europe, and the integrity of the game. And there's no winners out of that. Aldershot Town expendable time the FA Trophy. Oh, you hope? I've just done my Aldershot Town club history video, and Aldershot Town are one of my local clubs, and it's very interesting that both clubs in Rushmore, which is the borough in Hampshire where Farnborough and Aldershot are, have both gone bust and have had financial difficulties and administrations and reformations and struggles. So it's very interesting. But no, sport in the UK is not in a good position right now, and that is a fair comment. I think Graham Potter. West Ham is a bit of a basket case of a club since they won their European trophy. I think they've made some poor decisions. I don't think it's necessarily. It's an interesting one because, as I say, there are teams that have played worse than them this season, but in another season they would have got relegated. This is how crazy that actually is. I don't know. It's up to the board. We'll see if West Ham make another managerial change. They are going through a lot of managers at the moment. They need a bit of stability. So will they stay? Will West Ham stay at the London Stadium? Well, they got that really beneficial lease for basically eternity. They've got a really beneficial lease agreement, and the current mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, wants to rewrite the contract because Boris Johnson, when he was mayor, obviously signed over the contract, and the lease is really beneficial to the club. But there is some politics involved in that. But when we talk about Olympic legacy and use of facilities, is it the best stadium for football? I'm going to say no. But I will say this, they've got a really beneficial lease, but no, the London Stadium is not the best for football, no. But it's been used for a multitude of sports, and this is where, and then Major League Baseball, when they come, will be using it again next year. And it doesn't really work for baseball either. It doesn't really work for rugby union or rugby league. It is basically what an Olympic stadium is. You expect it to have a running track and be used for track and field, which it also is. It's a multi-use stadium, and that's the problem with multi-use stadiums. And it's not the best, but it does the job. Whether at some point West Ham decides to move on, I don't know, but at the same time, it's their stadium now, and it's the least they've got, and it's it's made very beneficial in cost for the club. It could be more expensive, but you've got that Olympic legacy. The facilities getting used regularly, which is what the Olympic organisers wanted. So we're getting use out of former Olympic facilities, which a lot of Olympic cities don't get. So yeah, it's one of them. But I wouldn't say it's a dreadful stadium, and I wouldn't say the atmosphere is absolutely hopeless, but it's not as good as other modern stadiums in regards to stadium atmosphere, being close to the action, layout. But it was designed for an Olympic Games for track and field, so athletics. I thought the stadium wasn't too bad when I saw a video of a fan visiting the distance. The pitches were just. No, as I say, the stadium is very modern. It's a brilliant facility. There's a lot of money spent on it. It was one of the best Olympic Games. I think we can all agree on that. The London 2012 Olympics was fantastic. It is a fantastic facility. It's just not the best facility to watch a football match or a rugby match or a rugby union match or a rugby league match. But at the same time, the NFL, I'm surprised the NFL haven't used the London Stadium for games. I know they've used Twickenham, they've usused Wembley, they used the Tottenham Hotspur stuff, but I am surprised when the NFL comes to London, they haven't at some point gone, we'll use this facility. It does surprise me. Outside the ground, the London Stadium as a champ. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Place of stones, yeah. Yeah, you probably could fit another stadium inside. Absolutely, but again, you've got to remember what it was designed for. And when the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games were done, it wasn't certain that West Ham would, take on the lease there and become tenants there. So when they were designing it, they weren't certain what was going to happen post games and what the legacy was going to be. They needed to find a tenant, and this is where, for example, Wasps, who went to Coventry, there was a stadium in London for them, and they were a London-based team. So yeah, the irony there. London Irish. There's a sports team that was meant to be based in London. Well, when you say new build stadium is the best, I mean, I can only comment on the ones that I've been to, and for new build stadiums that are replacements for old stadiums, it would be the Medeski or the Select Carly Stadium in Reading and St Mary's in Southampton, just because I've been there, and they're the ones I can comment on. I can't comment on other stadiums that I haven't been to, if that makes sense. So in that regard, when it comes to brand new builds that aren't like refurbs, I would say the Medeski, what was the Medeski, which is the Reading Stadium, and St Mary's in Southampton, just because I've been to them and I've been to them a lot. And so therefore I've got a lot of experience over the years of going to those stadiums. But they are actually surprisingly old now. I mean, the Medeski is now 25 years old, and St Mary's is pushing 25 years old, but they look like they were built yesterday, and they are fantastic facilities. But I can't comment on other stadiums that I haven't been to. So I think the York Community Stadium, I think, is a good facility. I obviously, watching the Rugby League World Cup a couple of years ago, I think it served as a venue really, really well. I think it works really well for rugby league. It serves the city of York quite well, considering the football club and the rugby league club, the level they're currently at. But it's a good sized facility that serves its tenants, like York Valkyrie and York City FC, really well. So There's no argument there, and it does look a really good facility with room for expansion should those teams go up the slippery slope that is the promotion and relegation pyramids in their various sports. But it looks a good stadium, and it serves the community well. And the Rugby League World Cup, admittedly a year late, and not with every ticket sold, but it did look like a facility that worked for the sports it's designed for. The Brentford Community Stadium looks fantastic. I do miss the old Griffin Park. I went there many times when I was younger, so I know the Brentford area quite well. I do miss the old Griffin Park, as I say, but it does look fantastic. I do want to go there and watch a game there, and it also works for rugby union. It's a pity London Irish obviously have their financial difficulties, but it's a multi-use stadium, which is the point of it. The football regulator, we'll see what happens. That's sort of gone a bit quiet. That has gone a bit quiet, but we'll see what happens with that. That's now becoming a very political thing, but that has gone a little bit silent in that area, even though we were promised the football regulator by both the former government and the current government. We'll see what happens in regard to that, but that seems to have gone a little bit quiet. I think it's going to be coming in within the next 12 months, so we'll see what happens with the football regulator. I get very concerned when politics and sport collide in such a way when it's not, in regards to bidding for a Olympics or a World Cup or something like that. But when politics and political parties start using a professional sports issue for political points, I get concerns because then you start getting that political interference that has negative connotations that can cause a lot of problems. UEFA, they did threaten to ban, the England and other nations, the other home nations. Well, I think it applies to England and Wales. I did a video on it when UEFA were threatening to ban them from Euro 2028. And I did a video on that and discussed it, and I thought it was quite funny because in their constitution, political interference. But then you could look at La Liga and some of the stuff that goes on there. You could look at Serie A and some of the stuff that's gone on there in the past with some clubs' ownership. And UEFA aren't overly happy with it, but at the same time, something's got to give, because I don't think UEFA, as the main European governing body, and I don't think the domestic FAs across Europe are doing a really great job when it comes to governing the game. I mean, look, we're having a division over VAR. When people say that the top leagues in Europe, when you've got nations like Sweden, for example, and I think Norway not using VAR. Because fans have lost faith in the system, and there's a lack of faith in the system, and they're like, we're not going to use it this year. You don't have a unified rule set, because we had this with the introduction of VAR initially for the 2018 World Cup. Different countries delayed implementing it, and then we had different interpretations of various rules as well, which, so there's a lot of debate, around certain things. Japan, New Zealand are qualified. Now, this is important because New Zealand have now qualified, and because Australia now qualify under the Asia Association rather than Oceania, actually could be quite plausible that Australia and New Zealand could end up in a meeting at some point, in theory. They won't. I've got to look at how the groups get sorted out, but it would be interesting if Australia and New Zealand were in the same group. That would be hilarious. But Argentina, I mean, look, there's a worry that Brazil might not even qualify. Brazil are in a terrible situation, but if Brazil don't qualify, that it would be quite interesting. your stance on VR is just to try and make it better because UEFA and FIFA aren't getting rid of it. The way it's been implemented, I think back in 2018, and I said this at the time, and I'm going to say it now, all these years later. It seems like yesterday I was talking about this in my grandparents' spare room, in my old room, in my grandparents' house when the World Cup in 2018 was on. I felt back in 2018 that VAR had a good starting point, and we could build forward with making a few tweaks in the speed of decision making. And I felt referees should be fully mic'd up so the fans in the stadium can understand what's going on. Plus, that would also reduce dissent towards officials, right? That was a few little tweaks. What we've done is in 2019, FIFA decided to experiment with the Women's World Cup in regards to the use of VAR. They made changes and they used the Women's World Cup in 2019 as a test bed. And I felt that was a mistake. And I felt it devalued the women's game. And it didn't work so well. And we've gone backwards. And now they're sort of over convoluting how the system works. I looked at it in 2018 and I went, we had a good starting point for the system. And they've got it wrong with implementation and rule variations and interpretations of rules and rewriting, or the laws, should we call it, but rules. They've got it. They've confused themselves and they've overcomplicated what should be, quite honestly, a very simple system. The deliberate and accidental handball rule is now the interpretation and the wording of that is just a joke. It's very complex when it should be quite simple. And the interpretation of offside keeps changing. It's going to change again. Brazil will qualify only because there's a 6 automatic places plus 7th place playoff. They're positioned well right now. They're still not confirmed that they're going to get in there. The fact Venezuela is the only country that competes in the South American section because Suriname, Guyana, and French Guyana is technically part of France, but they do take part of the CONCACAF. So there's 3 South American nations that actually are part of CONCACAF, but it's complicated with that. But yeah, Venezuela are the only CONMEBOL nation not to have ever qualified for a World Cup. That is very interesting, and I do find that interesting and quite eye-opening, quite honestly. But Venezuela's got a lot of issues economically, so I'm not surprised. The standard was pretty bad in the match, Jamie. New Zealand beating New Caledonia. Yeah, I mean, look, there's the thing is, the issue. There's a reason why Australia go through the Asian qualification process. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Oceania just merges with Asia, just because. But then you've got to have that debate around how do you sort out seedings and qualifications and who makes it. Or CONCACAF and CONMEBOL should merge. I think that might happen in time, but there would have to be a lot of discussions had, and a lot of nations would have to agree to it. You would have to have 2/3 majority in both CONMEBOL and CONCACAF for that to work. And you could have 4 confederations. Yes, you could have Americas, Europe, Africa, and Asia. You could have it, which might streamline qualification processes for World Cups. But then I think the one that's most likely to happen, and it would probably work on an economic standpoint, would be CONCACAF and CONMEBOL merging. But there's a lot of politics with that, and I don't think it would necessarily help some of the smaller nations in CONCACAF. I don't think it would, and I think it would also really change. And this is where with FIFA they'll be like, Brazil, for example, who could in theory miss out. We've not got Brazil and Argentina or Uruguay failing to qualify, because there is that chance that a big nation would, well, not just a chance, it will happen that a big nation would fail to qualify because of how the groups would be structured. And that would look bad for FIFA when they're trying to sell the product to companies to sponsor and TV rights and the TV audience and fans. And there is a chance Brazil could fail to qualify. Yeah, you could argue for Confederation 16 places at each World Cup. Yes, that does make some sense. I think that's a fair argument, but again, there's a reason why we've got these geographical blocks of confederations at this point, and there's a reason why they exist. But it's an interesting one. It's an interesting argument. There's definitely merit to that, but at the same time, you could conversely make it harder for other nations to actually get a chance of getting close to qualification. And with qualification, 2 tournaments means extra funding, extra exposure with the global media rights, extra revenues, and players putting themselves actually in the shop window as well. So, player movement and a chance for players from lesser nations to get exposure on the world stage. And so there are pros and cons to. There's no perfect system. But full Confederation 16 from each section qualifying, I think, is a fair argument. It is a fair argument. But look, but most people tune in for the World Cup for the South American and European nations. That's why we watch the World Cup globally. And that's what the big global sponsors, are hoping, do well. I think this coming World Cup is going to be interesting, though. I think with the current geopolitics going on with the US and the rest of the world, it's going to be interesting what happens with ticket sales, crowd numbers, and atmosphere. It really will. We're hearing a lot of horror stories coming out of the US in the last couple of months, with overseas tourists having a lot of issues at the border with TSA. And it's going to be interesting this time next year in the build-up to the World Cup, when this time next year will be like a month and a half. So we're just over a year out from the World Cup next year. There's a lot to discuss between now and then. There's a lot that could happen. And there's a lot of uncertainties. So it's going to be interesting to see what the ticket sales are like for the Canadian games, the Mexican games, and the US games, and what, attendances are going to be like. Because 1994, while the quality of football was a bit naff, and it's not fondly remembered by a lot of people for the quality, the attendances were good because it was a new thing. Locals in the US bought into it, which was vital, that you've got a lot of local fans. And the US is a melting pot of almost every nation around the world. So I think that did help. But this time around, it's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. And it is an expanded tournament. It's the first World Cup with 3 co-hosts. And so, it's going to be really eye-opening to see how it pans out. Not to mention, Mexico, American, Canada, big places. How expensive would it be to go? Mexico is actually very cheap to go to for when you spend money. Canada is notoriously expensive, plus the exchange rate doesn't help with the Canadian dollar against the US. Canada is expensive to go to. Not that I don't want to go to Canada. Canada is on my bucket list of places to go, but it is notoriously expensive. Canadians will tell you that as well when they also travel over here for work and tourism. They will tell you that it is expensive. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, the concerns with Mexico are in regards to security for fans because of the high crime rates in certain parts of Mexico with the drug cartels and kidnap gangs and a lot of social problems in parts of Mexico. In Canada, it's just going to be the cost because the exchange rate. And in the US, it's more to do with TSA and the government and some of their policies right now. And it's going to be interesting because you've got 3 different currencies. So if you're going to go and watch games, depending on what group, let's say what nation you want to follow. I've got to look at how the groups are worked out and what groups are playing in Canada, Mexico, the US. But hypothetically, you could be going to all three countries. And you're going to need Mexican pesos, Canadian dollars, and US dollars. And the exchange rate is going to fluctuate between now and then. Obviously, not every nation's qualified yet, which is really interesting. So there's obviously qualification. We've got 13 and a half months till the World Cup. So there's just over a year until the World Cup takes place. The opening game, it's an expanded tournament. We saw what happened with was it the Copa America last year with some of the issues there, which did raise a lot of concerns and worries, and rightly so. And a lot of US fans weren't happy with things, and there were comments about the quality of the playing surface, of some of the pitches and some of the facilities, how they were set up, some of the access for fans, issues with tickets not working properly with the smart tickets. So there was a lot of issues last year, and a lot of fans weren't happy with how a lot of things went. This weekend, fourth round of the World Rally Championship, British driver Elfyn Evans could extend his lead in the championship. At the moment, he's 33 points clear. The World Rally Championship just doesn't get the coverage it used to. It used to be really, really a lot of coverage on mainstream media, and it's gone a little bit. It's not as much attention and coverage on it. And again, you've got to look at the WRC and the FIA and how they've figured out their TV rights deal and media rights deals. And the fact you've only got 3 manufacturers left in the WRC is I think, part of the problem. So the regulations that they put in haven't helped. Sure, they could put groups by region. It's going to be interesting to see. I've got to look at how the group stage is going to be, what groups are in, Mexico and Canada, and how it all pans out. It is a World Cup on a continent. Yes, it is a World Cup taking place on a continent. Absolutely. But when the World Cup was in Brazil, there was a lot of travel in Brazil. And when it was in Russia, there was a lot of travel in Russia as well, a lot of time zones and travel distances. So, some of the players and some of the coaches and some of the nations, a lot of them are quite used to that anyway. A lot of the FIFA organisers would have worked with Brazil and Russia in 2014 and 2018. And I did think they were very good tournaments. I think the quality that we saw in Brazil in 2014 and Russia in 2018, the quality was quite good. And the distances in Russia especially were ridiculous. But that was, I think, good practice for this time round. I think for the logistics side of things, and we can debate the pros and cons of actually having the tournament hosted in Russia at the time, and what we now know what's going on all these years later. But I will say this, when it comes to the organisation side of things, the US has hosted it before. And so I do hope, I do stress this, that there are still some executives within the US Soccer Federation who may have at some point been working in the 94 World Cup, who are still available to hand their knowledge on to the current organisers. But hey, the US did manage to pull it off in 1994. While we can say the tournament wasn't great in regards to quality of actual play, and some of the weather conditions did contribute to that, we can definitely say that the organisers in 1994 managed to pull it off. And that was, again, admittedly a slightly smaller tournament with less teams, less nations going, less fans going in one country. But it's still, the US is a vast country. And not only that, they've also got a Rugby Union World Cup to organise as well in 5 years' time. Yeah, half the teams, but you've got to think it was only the one nation, not the three. So, and the Canada's obviously had experience with the Women's World Cup in 2013. So you've got two, and Mexico, admittedly, it was 86 and 1970. So all three countries have hosted FIFA World Cups, which I think is vital, but especially with the Canadians, there will be a lot of experience there from the Women's World Cup in 2013. Admittedly, a lot of a much smaller tournament with less fans in attendance, yes, and less nations and less athletes, should we say, going. But at the same time, Australia's managed to host World Cups in a variety of sports. So I wouldn't be surprised if the organisers are leaning on other sports where there's big countries involved with geographical area and asking advice on certain things of what went right, what went wrong. It wasn't Whitney Houston. It wasn't Tina Turner. Ah, no, it wasn't Whitney Houston. It wasn't Tina Turner. Who was it? Oh, shit. I've got to admit, no, it wasn't Whitney Houston at the opening ceremony. It was someone else. It wasn't Whitney Houston. It wasn't Tina Turner. It was someone else. Diana Ross. It was Diana Ross. Yeah, Diana Ross. What a brilliant. I think she took it well on the chin. I think she, I don't know if they practiced that at all. But yeah, it was a bit of a foobar. But a lot of people do remember that opening ceremony and Diana Ross fluffing it. And you've got to feel sorry for her, but she stepped up and yes, I don't know how much practice they put into that and how they rehearsed that, but it obviously didn't quite. She obviously didn't quite get it right. She got it on the outside of her. You look at her technique shocking, but but no. When we're talking about organisation, I remember '94. I do remember '94 because it's one of the first tournaments that as a kid growing up, I remember watching. And it was at a time when, as a kid, you're just a sponge. You're absorbing so much information, and yeah, it was my formative years. So I'm starting to understand the different sports and what it's all about. And by the time Euro '96 comes around, you're more aware of everything. But I was only 4.5 when the World Cup took place in '94, but I remember it. And I wasn't very well at the time anyway. I had a very bad lung infection, and I was very ill, so I couldn't really do much. So apart from watch a lot of sport. But no, Diana Ross and MS penalty, yes. And this is where opening ceremonies and live events, you can't predict what's going to happen. So it'd be interesting to see what they have for an opening ceremony, won't it? The first World Cup I ever remember was '98. Yeah, '98 was brilliant. And I thought 1998 was a brilliant World Cup. I have the sticker album somewhere. I had replica England kit, I seem to remember. I had a World Cup I had 2 World Cup '98 footballs, one with the mascot on and the actual Adidas football. And I have, even though England didn't do as well as they could, and that game against Argentina, and the rest is history, but I remember, obviously everyone remembers Michael Owen's goal. And that's one of the best goals of all time. Everyone remembers Dennis Bergkamp's goal for Holland against Argentina in the following round, where he makes Ayala just look like Swiss cheese, and De Boer's cross to him, and just Dennis Bergkamp was. And I think still is just a very underrated player. And yeah, I think that was a very, very good tournament. Yeah, I have a lot of good memories of just as a kid growing up. I remember that tournament very, very vividly. I remember watching it. I remember the qualifying campaign in Italy had to go to Russia in a playoff. And the weather was terrible, and it was Buffon's first cap for Italy. So I remember a lot. I remember a lot of stuff. Yeah, Euro 2004. I mean, that's scary to think that was 21 years ago. I was at school. I mean, I remember that. But there's we can fondly remember certain tournaments and certain events and things. What should the NRL take over Super League? Well, I've been doing videos on the topic since the Vegas matches last year, when the rumours started circulating back in 2024. At this time last year, the discussion was being had, and I think, be careful what we wish for, but we can't continue on the path we're going on. What is clear is we've got too many people in management roles governing the game here, shuffling the deck chairs, so they speak, shuffling cards. So there's that. I would say Italia 90, even though I was only 6 months old. From all the footage I've seen of Italia 90 and the feeling you get when you talk to older people who are older than me, they all are very fond. Italia 90 ranks quite high. USA 94 doesn't rank as high, and World Cup 98 ranks on a similar level to Italia 90. There's a feeling of a certain thing. All Chinese snooker final, 10 out of the 32 are from China now. 2002 was really good. I really enjoyed that. I did enjoy the 2002 World Cup, even with the time zone difference. That was a fun one. That was a fun one. And there was a lad at school who actually had the Adidas weird, funky football. The design for the the World Cup 2002 in Japan and Korea was a real funky football. Yeah, I fondly remember that. That was a fun tournament. One of the best goals of all time scored by Shivanton for Uruguay in 2002 was ridiculous. I remember the England-Denmark game where we won 3-0. That was a lot of people. I did the video on Sven-Goran Eriksson. A lot of people, was it last year or earlier this year when Sven-Goran Eriksson passed away? A lot of people criticise Sven for England failing to reach the potential that the squad had, or the players available to him had, following that 5-1 win over Germany in Munich. I think I actually like Sven. I think Sven was a decent human being. He was a flawed human being with his private life, but I think he was a decent human being, and I think he had I think that's when people realised the England job was an unenviable job. Whoever got it, it was unenviable. No one really wanted it. The 2010 World Cup, the Jubilani, which just swerved all over the place. I remember the 2006 World Cup, there was a discussion about the ball and how it moved in the air. And there were some cracking long-range goals in 2006. There were some cracking ones in 2010. Like Van Bronckhorst had a screamer against Uruguay. And at the time, Muslera was one of the best goalkeepers in the world. So, yeah. But the football in the 2010 World Cup, the Jubilani, there was a lot of debate about how it moved in the air and how it was designed, and there was how it rotated if you hit it if you made contact in a certain way, if you could. There's always been discussion about the ball. I think what's gone wrong is they've over-designed it. They're doing too much funky stuff with what is basically a round bag of air. But we've seen less debate on the ball moving these days than 2006 and 2010. There was a big debate in those World Cups about the physics of the ball, if that makes sense. Like how, when a player kicked the ball, how it moved, especially with shots and crosses, because it did cause problems. And I remember in 2010 there was a lot of weird crosses that didn't go in the right areas, and players were like, well, this is not going where I want the ball to go. No, Rob Green killed Rob Green's career because he wasn't very good. No, I'm joking. Rob Green actually was a very good goalkeeper. I've actually seen him play in person at club level. He was a very decent goalkeeper. He just had that bad game. He's like Scott Carson with the back pass from no, it's like Scott Carson against Croatia. Rob Green, another one. There's a few goalkeepers, but I think the way the press got on them after that was terrible. I really do. I have a lot of sympathy for players like Rob Green and Scott Carson for how the press got after them and how they were treated by aspects of the mainstream media. No, 94. If you actually look at the some of the games in 94, because at least in 2010 we didn't, apart from Suarez pretending he was a goalkeeper against Ghana, we didn't have a player failing a drugs test like Maradona, did we? And what that meant for the game. When Diego Maradona, fails his drugs test mid-tournament. But at the same time, people rank 94 and 2010 of the modern World Cups, and they go, yeah, because of modern TV and satellite TV and exposure. There was a lot more feel-good stories in 94 though than in 2010. There was a lot more giant killings, if that makes sense, like Bulgaria doing what they did and Sweden doing what they did. So in that regard, there was some more feel-good stories came out of 94, but the actual quality wasn't great. I think I am a London Broncos fan. Yes. What Hetherington, the nut job? We've got Hetherington as a oh god. We'll see. We'll see what happens in regards to the London Broncos and what happens with the NRL wanting to buy into Super League and all that. Gary Heath. I thought you meant Hetherington, the bloody player for the NRL. Thinking, oh God, he's taken a step down. He's taken a pay cut. Has he done something? I think having someone like him involved, I think, will definitely be a positive. He's got money and he's a rugby league, but the way the RFL decided to bring in IMG, we were relegated last season before a game had been played. So the fact that the Broncos turned up every week and gave it their all against odds where the grading system had already basically said, we don't want you here, even though we got there by merit by winning the games that mattered at that point in the season in our promotion chase. But at the same time, if you want to get rugby league in the UK to be taken seriously, you need a team in London at the top level. The fact they're playing at Plough Lane now and then they're playing in Wimbledon, it's the right facility, the right size facility for them, and it's still technically West London, even though it's Southwest London, because the previous ground we were using was Ealing, which is West London. So it's still in the right area of London where, because they're originally from Fulham. You've got to remember, it was Fulham Rugby League Football Club originally, and they shared Craven Cottage with Fulham Football Club. So it is always traditionally, even though there was a period at Charlton where they've been on the west side of London. And I think using the stadium at Wimbledon is a good idea. At Plough Lane, Wimbledon, AFC Wimbledon are more than happy for us to be anchor tenants. We get good crowds there. We're starting to build the crowd numbers again. And so that's not necessarily a bad thing. But no, you keep the team where they are. Wimbledon's got great transport links with other parts of the country because of Wimbledon being on the underground and main line out of Waterloo. So that's not a problem. I think that works. I've got friends and family in London, and I've worked in London, and I live not that far from London. I live basically, if you were to put my flat, put a pinprick in it, you could sort of say geographically, I'm west of Heathrow and northwest of Gatwick, but I've got easy transport links to both Heathrow and Gatwick. I can be at either airport within an hour. So I'm west of London, just to the southwest London. I would say I remember. Yeah, when the fans were booing and Rooney going, "Why are you booing us?" and all that. Get behind the team. We weren't playing well. Capello. I understand why the FA went for Capello because he was available, he was experienced, and he'd done both at club and international level. He had that coaching experience, and there weren't a lot of other coaches willing to take on the England job, and he was. But yeah, no, Rooney got a lot of abuse. The fans weren't happy he would travel to South Africa. That's fair enough. We weren't playing well. It's one of them. You can see the players were frustrated with how things were going as a group. But the media, I don't think the media reporting has ever helped an England side apart from Italia 90. Italia 90 was the one time they seemed to get behind the team. Honestly, Italia 90 and to a certain extent Euro 96 are the only times I can think of there's been nothing. Looking historically back and actually going and looking at records and looking at headlines from the time, they're the only tournaments I can think of where the reporting has been mostly positive. Every other that's my view on that. You live in where? You live in Amsterdam, or you're located in Amsterdam. I don't know where you live, LG. You're going to have to. You're going to have to. I'm assuming you're saying you live in Amsterdam. So, but again, LG, it would be nice to know. Yeah, you live in that. Okay, wow, we've got a Dutch viewer now. Are you Dutch or are you English living in Holland because of work, or are you Australian living in Holland because of work? It's not often we get someone from Holland or the Netherlands. The United Kingdom of the Netherlands is the official title. The United Kingdom and Provinces of the Netherlands, I think. Yeah. Okay. It's not often we get a Dutch viewer. I'm going to say you're a Dutch viewer because you live there. It's not often we get a viewer from the Netherlands watching. So hey, we've got viewers from Holland. Yes. We smoke a lot. We have a smoke and a pancake and a flapjack. We have a blitz and a bong, and we wear clogs. We have all the ecstasy, the MGMA, and we live in windmills. We grow tulips, and we play some real sexy football. That's. Oh, it's King's Day, so I'm assuming that's sort of like the King's Day is sort of like a bank holiday, kind of national holiday. I've actually met the King of Holland when he was Prince of Orange. Yeah, I've met the current head of state of the Netherlands when he was Crown Prince. He's a very nice man. He's a very intelligent man, and he's also a very, very good amateur sportsman. You should check out. I forget his name now. It's Wilhelm. Is it Willem Alexander? Yes, it's Willem Alexander, I think his name is, and he's a very interesting, very interesting man, and he's a very, very, very skilled amateur sportsman. I think he actually was it the Olympics or World Championships he represented the Dutch. I know Prince Albert of Monaco's gone and represented Monaco in bobsleigh. Basically, London wants to eat Reading. Well, it's got to get through Slough, Maidenhead, Windsor, Bracknell, where I used to live, Wokingham, where I currently live, a bit of Woking, a bit of Guildford, and then it can eat Reading. Right, how much coaching is needed at international level in what sport? Because you have a when you were talking about international level sport, it doesn't matter what sport we're talking about. We could be talking about international football, international rugby union, rugby league, ice hockey, cricket, basketball, any international team sport. Well, players at club level will be coached differently than international level. Let's just say that there'll be different tactics and different styles of play. So you could be at club level playing 4-4-3, or 4-3. Oh, sorry, 4-3-3 counter attack, high press. 4-5-1, 5 at the back, 3 at the back, 4-4-2 diamond, 4-4-2 traditional. So you're going to be playing different formations and different styles of play and difference in intensity. A possession game, a counter attack game, a hit 'em on the break game, kind of more of a physical game, more of a skill game. So when you are selected, you're getting selected on your merits of what you can bring to a squad and a team and a system. So there's got to be some coaching, yes. There's always going to be some coaching because tactics are different. Intensity of the pace of the game is different. The physical international level is that step up from club level. So you've got that step up in quality of opposition generally. Pace of the game is generally different. The style of play at international level is generally different. And so you need to have certain attributes, and you need to also be informed. This is why I don't like certain coaches picking players on personality or what they've done in the past, because when you're picking players out of form, while they might do a job for you, there is a certain amount of coaching. You've got to fit those pieces together, build those combinations, and that international coach may have a different style of play than the various club coaches that these players are being coached by domestically in the various leagues they play in. So there is a level of coaching, yes. It's a different style of coaching. That's why certain coaches do really well at international level and some coaches do better at club level. And it's very rare that you get a coach who's done it at both club and international level where they've had success. Very rare. I suppose my thought as someone is a massive... I suppose my thought as someone who isn't a massive football fan, it seems tactics go to shit when you a goal or two. Not necessarily. Because you would obviously have practiced. Okay, we've got a goal down. How do we get back into the game? What the opposition going to do? So you will look at tape. There'll always be that scouting report of how teams respond, how your opposition responds to going a goal up or a goal down, how their things change. Do they sit back more when they're a goal up, or do they hit, continue to push on to get that second? So they'll look at how the opposition plays when they go a goal up. They'll also look at how the opposition plays when they go a goal down. So you've got to do your scouting, your tape work, looking at certain deficiencies or certain actions that a certain player takes. They don't necessarily go out the window because you prepare for it. It's when you go down early and you're 2-3-0 down after 10 minutes. That's where something's gone horribly wrong and you haven't started positively. Football is all systems now. Yeah, but I think you also need a little bit. I think the players are overcoached. Yes, I think we do need to have a little bit less coaching in attack and players playing what's in front of them, and allow those flair players or those off the cuff kind of thinking on your feet. I think we need to encourage more players to think on their feet. I do think we're overly structuring the game too much. Follow-on question: hardest sport to make a comeback? In what sense? Comeback from what? Injury, suspension, a sabbatical? Hardest sport to make a comeback? It depends on what you're coming back from. That would be when you're behind, momentum swings. Oh God. That is a tough one. That's a very tough one because I've watched some crazy football comebacks. I've watched some crazy rugby union comebacks, rugby league comebacks, football comebacks, ice hockey comebacks. I don't know. I think it's. I seem to remember. I can't remember if it was 2005 or 2006. Middlesbrough with their run to the UEFA Cup final. There was a lot of comebacks that they had in there. To make that final, and the way they played, it was always squeaky bum time. But because of the way they played under Steve McLaren, that's what got him the England job. It depends which kind of rugby you're looking at and the use of. Well, in rugby league, you've got the interchange bench, so that's how you can change momentum or a 40-20 kick. Rugby union, I think the thing is, with both codes of rugby, you've got the sin bin send off, and that can completely change your game. You could be a team that's winning by 20 points and have two bin, a player put in the sin bin at a crucial moment, and then the other team take advantage of that because they've got that extra player or players. Like today, for example, the Bulldogs lose to the Broncos, and they had 3 players in the sin bin at various points in the game, which had an impact on the game. So you've got to think the Bulldogs spent nearly half the game a player down. So that has an impact. American football, no, we've seen comebacks. The Atlanta Falcons, just putting that out there, I was going to leave the Atlanta Falcons out there when they were coasting to a Super Bowl, and then they didn't. Thoughts on Manchester City, half-empty stadium the other day? Well, here's the thing. A friend of mine was actually doing some work at the Etihad, some media work at the Etihad with someone else. So my friend Nick was actually up in Manchester at the Etihad, and he was helping someone else with a media presentation. There's a documentary or something. Something was being filmed there, and my mate Nick got some work, and he was up there. And I did put on the Facebook post, the empty Etihad strikes again. There was a protest by fans, and they are talking about how much tickets cost and how they're expanding the stadium, but they're not really. The fans. There is an expansion of I think it's one of the stands has been expanded by like an extra tier has been put on, or some extra seating has been expansion. And fans. There was a protest. I've seen it on social media. They're not happy, and a lot of them will be wearing the old logo, the old crest, the old Brother sponsorship, the old Thomas Cook sponsorship shirts from before the takeover. And then the early years of the takeover, and a lot of fans were wearing their old kits. They weren't wearing the new design. But this is a lot of fans are feeling priced out. We've seen this happen at Manchester United as well, both Manchester clubs. Now, what you've got to realise, Manchester and Greater Manchester is very similar to London in a regard. And I'm going to say this on 2 things. Not that I'm from Manchester or anything like that, but it's a city which has a great divide in wealth, from the wealthy areas to the poor areas in the urban area. And it's the same with Greater London, Birmingham to a lesser extent, but Manchester and London are 2 cities where there is a wealth divide between the haves and have-nots. And Greater Manchester is not just the city of Manchester. You've got Salford, Oldham, Bolton, Wigan, Altrincham, Bury. There's a lot of areas within Greater Manchester that are separate towns and cities. So Greater Manchester is basically a big urban area that's just a lot of towns and cities have just merged into one. And there's a lot of deprivation. And places like Oldham, there's a reason why Oldham are in the National League now and why they couldn't sustain themselves as a Premier League club. There's just no money. There's a reason why Bury are where they are now, and it's to do with money. Whereas Manchester is an interesting city with a lot of haves and have-nots as well. Manchester as a city, there's a lot of divides between, not estates, but districts within the city. That's a good way to look at it. Very similar to London boroughs. So where, for example, AFC Wimbledon and the London Broncos play on Plough Lane in Wimbledon, and that area, Southwest and London, like Richmond, Kingston upon Thames, Twickenham, Wimbledon, Surbiton, that's quite wealthy. It's very wealthy, and the crime rate in those areas is generally, there's a few pockets of crime and deprived areas, but generally that's the wealthiest actual area of outer London. Whereas you go over to Catford, Peckham, Brockley, it's more Enfield, Waltham. Southwest London is very wealthy. Southeast London is not. So it's the same in Manchester. You've got areas like Moss Side, which are dangerous areas. Not as dangerous as they used to be, and there has been a lot of development in Moss Side from what it used to be like in the 80s and 90s when it was not a safe area. It's a lot safer now. It's still got a high crime level. And then you've got other areas of Manchester or Greater Manchester, like Altrincham, that are quite well off. Oh yeah, every city does, absolutely. Completely agree with that. Oxford, I know Oxford quite well. You've got some very well, obviously, you've got the universities, Oxford and Oxford Brookes, and a lot of students. And then you've got the Cowley area, which is really rough and dangerous. You've got Cambridge. Cambridge has actually been discovered to be the city with the biggest divide between rich and poor, even though Cambridge is, for the most part, a really nice city. And it is. If you're working class in Cambridge, you have the highest levels of deprivation in the country in regards to the disparity between the richest and the poorest. Based on a guy taken hostage in. Wow. Okay, so Amsterdam gets a bit crazy. Amsterdam is again another city where, and it's about the thing is with places like Amsterdam and Rotterdam is geographically they're not like Amsterdam is not a big city in regards to geographical area. It's a very densely populated area. So looking at cities in the UK, like cities like Bristol have got ridiculous dense population. Nottingham is another one with a ridiculously dense population, and you're right on top of each other. Whereas other cities are a bit more spread out in space. Yeah, well, that's Dutch football. The Dutch league is not necessarily as competitive as it should be. Or Schiphol. Schiphol Airport is massive. I know Amsterdam had a mass stabbing event a few weeks ago, and it was a pretty. Yeah, yeah. There's yeah. I remember, and what was very this is very interesting. So the Dutch football hooligans or the ultras, there was a lot of protests about the lockdown rules in the Netherlands back in 2020 and 2021. Especially in early 2021, they weren't very happy with another wave of lockdowns being brought in because of the pandemic. And there was riots and there was looting and there was fighting in the streets. And then the football hooligans came out to fight the rioters, and then they had a riot as well because the police were losing control. It did cause a lot of issues for the Dutch government. I remember that. Holland's a weird place. But let's try and keep the politics aspects, out of it as much as we can. But yeah, the sport in Holland's really interesting because they've got a rugby team. They've got a good rugby system. They play cricket, one-day cricket, and T20 cricket. They're not quite a test nation. It would be nice if Holland became a test nation. I honestly believe that. They've got some good players playing cricket, and ice skating and ice hockey. They're actually very. They enjoy their ice hockey. They're speed skating and long distance speed skating. They're very good at those. At the Winter Olympics, you'll see the Dutch in the speed skating and the long distance skating win medals all the time. And rugby league, I didn't know they were actually that good at rugby league. I'm not bothered. Oh, Jake Paul, God. Jake and Logan Paul. The reason why this channel got demonetized in the first place because they screwed up. I couldn't give a toss if Jake Paul's girlfriend's a Dutch speed skater. I feel sorry for having to put up with that narcissistic piece of shit. Sorry. And they can sue me if they want, but I'm not a fan of the Paul brothers. Oh yeah, field hockey. I mean, the Dutch are good at a lot of sports. They are very, very good. But they've got a very dense population, as in they're very densely populated. They're very urban as a country. So there's a lot of urban. There's not a lot of countryside in Holland anymore. But they do very well at a lot of sports. And Max Verstappen is not the only Flying Dutchman either when it comes to motorsport. There are a lot of Dutch rally drivers, motorcycle racers, car racers in various formula and various categories. Just Max Verstappen seems to be the most famous. There is countryside in Holland, but at the same time there isn't, if that makes sense, because it's a very the majority of people live in the towns and cities. It's a crazy place. I've been through bits of Holland. It's crazy. It's not a big country though, and 40% of it is below sea level, so crazy. But it's a very interesting country with a very interesting history, and they are very good at a lot of sports, and very good at a lot of sports. And it does get overlooked how good they are at other sports other than association football. Um, it does get overlooked how actually for the levels that they play at when it comes to rugby union or rugby league or ice hockey, they actually are reasonably competitive against the other nations they play against. Field hockey, they've always had a good field hockey team. Cricket, they've always had a very good one-day system for T20 and one-day cricket. And I would love to see the Dutch get test status. But I think they've got enough players for that. They're good at a lot of sports. They are good at a lot of sports in the Netherlands. And we'll just have to see, obviously, what the Dutch do at the World Cup next year, for example. They've really taken to darts. This is something, and people go, darts is not a sport. Darts is a sport because it's classed as a professional sport. It's not classed as a game anymore. It's classed as a sport because there's professionalism. Van Gerwen, Raymond van Barneveld. There's a few others. There's the other Dutch guy who's also got Indonesian heritage, I think, or heritage from Suriname. Who won the BDO, or was it PDA, or whatever dart? There's a good several of them. Van Gerwen and Raymond van Barneveld are the two really famous ones. There's another one who's a bit younger. He won a lot when he was young, and then he hasn't won so much and has had allegations against him of dodginess. And Klaassen, yeah, he's got class. There's some really good Dutch dart players. Who've done very well, won a lot of tournaments, been very successful. And there's a reason for that. They're all truck drivers, and they've done a lot of driving in the UK, in stop-offs in the UK and Ireland, where there's a lot of darts played in pubs. That's how they get. And so they, in the 70s and 80s, because of the World Superbikes going to Assen and touring cars going to Assen and all that, a lot of Brits came over, and a lot of Dutch went the other way. And there was a lot of Brits would stop off, and a lot of them would be camping, and they would they'll camp in the car parks of these motor racing, like Assen, for example. And a lot of them would bring their dartboards with them, and the Dutch fans would also go down to Assen to watch the World and British Superbikes and all that, and the European Superbike. And they would see all these British Superbike fans and motor and touring car fans, and rallycross fans or whatever, when they go for these race weekends in their camper vans with dartboards. And a lot of the Dutch are truck drivers. The Holland's obviously got Rotterdam as one of the major ports, and obviously Antwerp in Belgium, big cargo ports. And a lot of them would go to the UK to pick up and drop off goods, and they got into darts, and that's where Van Barneveld was a truck driver. Barney. Australia, it's again, you've got the Wizard of Oz. What's his name? I've met him. The guy with the long beard and the ponytail. He's actually played darts in one of my old locals in a tournament against some of my friends. It's going to annoy me now. The Australian darts player. But same in Australia. There's a lot because of the truck driving, the haulage. Whitlock. He's actually played against some of my friends in a qualifier for the BDO. I'm going to say 15, 16, 17 years ago when he was first coming through. He had to play these qualifiers. Yeah, it's Whitlock. I think, is it Max Whitlock or Sean Whitlock? The Wizard of Oz. So when he was first breaking through as a darts player, he obviously wanted to play at the BDO World Championships at Lakeside. And he had to play some of these qualifiers. And Simon Whitlock. And he played against a couple of my friends who were also semi-pro players, and he ended up qualifying. And there's a photo of him proudly put on a collage by the dartboard. So there you go. He's a good player though, Whitlock. Very good player. Why is Van? I don't know why Van Barneveld is not likable, but he's been around for a long time. But there's a few high profile, not just darts players, but athletes who are not particularly likable. But they're not there to be liked; they're there to win. Simon Whitlock does have a weird action, but you look at darts players or tennis players or snooker players, a lot of them do have very weird actions when it comes to serving or taking shots, how they do their shot selection. A lot of them have their own little quirks. Van Barneveld, he comes across as miserable and not approachable. Well, some of the high-profile sports stars don't like the fame that comes with it and the media attention that comes with it, and so they tend to withdraw within themselves. I don't think Van Barneveld's a very dislikable person as a exhibitions and open days. I think at some point when you get to the latter stages of your career, you do tend to tire somewhat of all the constant shaking hands. I've got to sign this. It does start to wait. I don't want to be disrespectful, but yeah, at some point, a lot of sports stars and same with other celebrities, they get to a point where they just want to live a normal life, and they do tire a bit. Others are very approachable, very affable, and very friendly, and very welcoming, and very humble. A lot of these ones who do tire of it are also very friendly people. But in Holland, they are very much like the Germans and the Scandinavians. They are very direct. And what we see as rude is actually normal for them in regards to social interaction. It's a cultural thing, but at the same time, but maybe Van Gerwen being younger generation, has embraced a little bit more because he spent a lot of time in the UK as a younger person rather than when Van Barneveld started getting good at darts. He was older, and it's a cultural thing. I think a lot of the younger people are more open and welcoming. I think it's a changing culture, but I would say. Oh, Gerwyn Price. A lot of my work colleagues do follow the darts with a lot of interest, and none of them particularly like Gerwyn Price. But a lot of, but as darts has definitely grown more in popularity over the years, and with like Luke Littler, for example, now bursting on the scene and creating a lot of discussion on social media, the mainstream media is now paying more attention. But this has been happening for a long time. The mainstream media is starting to pay a bit more attention because a lot of the younger players use social media. And now you've got this Luke Littler. We've discussed him before. That means the mainstream media is starting over the last few years to pay a lot more attention to what's going on. And I think because if you were to go on a sports websites or the news websites or the newspapers, it was very rare that the darts really, on a national or international level, really made much headway, really. Outside of a couple of tournaments, it wasn't really reported on. Now it's getting there's now dedicated journalists from websites and newspapers and news stations dedicated to the darts. So they're going to follow the darts tour round now. And where the darts are going, they're going to be there. There's whereas before it was just get the trainee reporter or the young reporter, get him to go down and ask a few questions, or get the old guy. Now they've got dedicated. I think social media has impacted it. I think there's a lot more of them getting media coached. A lot of them don't want to say the wrong thing in public and then get slammed in the media and there'll be a scandal. I think social media has impacted that. There's less privacy for them as human beings. Um, um, and I would say social media has had an impact because we've seen it where I remember when Steven Gerrard had his court appearance for that punch up where the guy was hounding him in the bar after a game, and he was having a night out with a couple of mates, and this guy was getting in his face, and he literally plastered him across the bar. Ben Stokes and Alex Hales, 2017 in Bristol, with the punch up outside the bar there. You can't get away with it anymore. What athletes could get away with just having a few too many and having a bit of a scrap or, larking about, you can't get away with it now. And social media has definitely changed the whole landscape, and a lot of them feel that there's no privacy anymore. They can't go out for a meal. They can't go shopping without people hounding them for social media clicks. I think there is definitely a privacy thing, and a lot of them probably are very nice people, very approachable. They do a lot of charity work, or help out the community, or very nice people. But the way that social media has done things now, and it's changed the landscape. The mainstream media now are getting more like vultures and jackals than what they were before. But now we know how the mainstream media used to operate 20 years ago with the phone hacking. That's changed the perception of the athlete now to, do I trust anyone? And I think there's definitely been a shift. I wouldn't say every athlete's less approachable, but there are certain ones who are less approachable, and then there's a lot of media training now where their personalities are sucked out of it, so they seem unapproachable because they've been told to say certain things or not say certain things in press conferences and when they're doing meet and greets. So the dark effects is what rugby league needs. It definitely needs a shake-up. I think more of a governance side. I think they need to switch it back to a winter sport. I think they need to expand the Super League to 14 teams, drop the loop fixtures, drop IMG as a grader because that's not working, and try and negotiate a better TV deal. Simple fixes. I think Luke Littler can win a lot more. I think he can win a lot of tournaments. Whether he's as good as Taylor, in regards to winning as much, is up for debate. But he's a very good player. He will win a lot more. Whether he wins and plays like this for the next 30, 40 years, God knows. But he's got the ability. But yeah, the quality has improved. But at the same time, I don't think he's going to be a flash in the pan. I think he's here to compete and stay at the top level for many years to come. If he wants to do it as long as he wants, he can do it as long as he wants. But we'll see. No, honestly, why would you want to play a contact sport like rugby league in the height of summer? It doesn't work. There's a reason why the Aussies play in their winter. The only reason why we are playing in the summer is to align the seasons, which does and doesn't work to a certain extent. It does work for the international calendar. It does work for the World Club Challenge if and when we play it again. But at the same time, why would you want to play a brutal, and rugby league is more brutal than rugby union because I've played both and I can tell you now it hurts. Why would you want to play a brutal outdoor contact sport in the height of summer? You are not going to get as good quality as if you're playing in cooler conditions. You're just not. Honestly, and a lot of fans want it to revert back to a winter sport. It would work a lot better. The quality would definitely improve. Partly to avoid the football season as well, but actually it's had the reverse impact. Yes, I have played in winter. I preferred playing in winter. The ground is softer. It's cooler temperatures, so you don't overheat. So actually that fatigue factor, while the pitches are heavier, they're actually softer. What, 26 degrees? Yeah, no, we've hit 40 degrees now in the UK. Actually, I think the hottest temperature we've had is 40.6 degrees Celsius. So we're now in the summers regularly getting over 30 degrees now in height of summer. We've had more droughts and more heat waves. And trust me, playing rugby in 26 degrees is not pleasant. I've done a training session at 26 degrees. It wasn't pleasant. You get heat stroke. And with the way that northwestern Europe gets quite humid and sticky, 26 degrees feels like 36. You do have the humidity effect. It is brutal. But by all means, if you've, I mean, even just playing cricket, I remember playing cricket, it got quite hot. Cricket, you're not running around as much. There's a reason why they have water breaks in cricket. There's a reason why they have the big floppy hats and they wear the sunscreen. It's not pleasant playing in anything above 20 degrees. Honestly, it really isn't. And when you are playing on a dry pitch because it hasn't rained and they've got to do sprinklers, the water doesn't really go past the turf. It's not nice to land on a very hard surface. You might as well just dislocate your shoulder now and rupture your knee ligaments now. That you need to have a give in the playing surface. Honestly, the game that I watched earlier between the Broncos and Bulldogs, it pissed down. But my God, it was a fun game to watch. It really was a fun game to watch because the weather made it a bit more of a test. That's one of the reasons why I enjoyed playing. But they did try. Well, Sky. This is another reason why Sky TV has been bad for rugby league because obviously Sky wanted just to have permanent sport all the year through, and the TV deal is now worth half as much as what it was a decade ago. So, yeah, whoever's signing those contracts at rugby league RFL commercial deserves to get sacked. Yeah, no. Yeah, the best rugby league is played in our summer. It's called Down Under. It's called the NRL because they're playing. The international game is only surviving because of the NRL. The IRL lost $500 million last year. The reason why the international game is surviving is because of the NRL, not because of the IRL. It's not because of World Cups. It's because of the NRL. That's why the international game is surviving at the moment. It's there's no they haven't. But the thing is, we haven't got an Anzac test anymore, which I think they had up until was it 2017, 2018? And then for some reason they dropped the Anzac test. Don't agree with that. That was brilliant. March and April this year in Oz has been. Oh yeah, I've been following. It's actually March and April so far have been very dry here in the Northern Hemisphere as well in the UK. I know some of the temperatures have been really ridiculous in Australia. I'd like to know the figures for Sky Sports subscriptions now. Be interesting. Same with TNT. That'd be very interesting. What is your favorite? Oh, 500 million. We're talking Australian dollars. So if you work that out, that's about 250 million quid. But that's how much losses they're making because the World Cup was delayed by a year and they're just not making any money. No, there's no sponsor. They've been losing money for years. That could be the overall losses they've made in total if you calculate during COVID and all the internationals and all that. But I think that might be in Australian dollars. But they're not making any money. They've been losing money for a long time. Other sports don't become as well. 1992. There's your answer. 1992 and the Premier League. You could also argue the 94 World Cup really just made football, while it was a global game, more global. And at that time, we got the 94 World Cup in the US and the 95 World Cup in South Africa. And that's turning points for both sports because 95 World Cup professionalism. for rugby union. The 94 World Cup in the US, you get the US market interested. And most sports fans, as this is where I find it really interesting when I'm doing the football club histories and I'm looking at other sports as well, and looking at when I've been going through the major league commissioners and the North American sports. Most sports fans are really stunned with how far back certain teams' histories go and certain sports leagues' histories go. Like, the majority of my viewers are younger than me, and they're born in the 90s. They're brought up in the 2000s. So when I look at my analytics and I look at the age ranges of viewers, the majority of my viewers are aged 25 to 34, so they're younger than me. And so they're born in the 90s and they're raised in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they really understand what the sport is. And so they won't have known anything but the Premier League. They won't have known anything but the NRL. They won't have known anything other than Super League. So that's what may really surprise me was when I started doing the Football Club History series. The amount, the videos still do really well. But a lot of my American viewers were stunned with how old some of these football clubs were. Like, I've had comments from American viewers going, some of these football clubs are older than the city that I live in. You've got to think, when the Football League is founded in 1888, I think, was it about 20 states didn't even exist? There were still territories, like Colorado, the Centennial State, for example. I think, is it Oklahoma or is it Nebraska or something? It's like 1912 they get admitted to the Union, or 19 something. I've got to look at when certain states are admitted to the Union, but there are some states that weren't admitted to the Union until the 1900s, and then Alaska and Hawaii until the 1950s. So, and there were a lot of cities that weren't even settled at this point, that weren't even incorporated. And this stuns a lot of North Americans. Is like, the city I live in is younger than the club that you're talking about, and their last trophy was won before my city was founded. It's just ridiculous. I know I still remember the 4th Division because I used to go to Elm Park. 1992 was the year it was revived as football in a real. A lot of things weren't going great in regards to sport in the 70s and 80s in the UK. Not just England, just in the UK. A lot of things weren't going great. Facilities weren't in a good position. Clubs were struggling. Crowd attendances were actually dropping. The 90s is what I think actually saves football globally. Honestly, I think the 90s is what saves football globally. But it also changes the landscape of professional sport. So now other sports want to emulate what the Premier League, Serie A, La Liga, what the Champions League format and all the European Cup competition formats are. And they also want to emulate what's going on in the US. So sports leagues around the world are looking at association football, or soccer to North Americans and Australians. And they're also looking at some of the major leagues in the US going, okay, they're making a lot of money. So you're sort of seeing Americanization of sports. But the 90s is where things explode for every major league, apart from the NFL. Everything explodes. The NBA is struggling up until the late 80s. The NHL is struggling up until the early 80s, and then into the 90s, there's struggles. Baseball has now struggled since the 80s, and the NFL was just a license to print money. But there we go. Yes, PSG was only formed in 1970. Yes. One thing I love about rugby league, despite our failings, bunch of Fev fans did peak. Oh, did the 3 peaks in support of an ex-cast forward's wife who was diagnosed with cancer. Best sport in the world, best and support if you can. Yeah, no, I have to admit, apart from the gatekeeper fans who piss me off, who slag off the French clubs and Broncos and take the piss out of League or call it a bus stop in Wigan. Apart from a couple of gatekeeper fans from the M62 are very bitter about the sport expanding outside the north of England. For the most part, yeah, I have to admit, rugby league fans are a completely different to football fans for the most part, unless you have a Hull derby or a St Helens Wigan matchup, then it gets nasty. But for the most part, you don't get a lot. You rarely get racism. And you rarely get racism and homophobia at games, whereas with association football, that's just seems commonplace and acceptable, or maybe not as acceptable now as what it used to be, but happens. Yeah, so there is that. You think what the name League One and League Two is ridiculous? You got to look at a lot of league structures. And I think a lot of them are ridiculous. But I like the way the Italians do it by letter code, the French do it by number code, and then Championnat National, and again by number code. We don't. We do it by name and then number code. It's weird. It's just weird, but it wouldn't surprise me if we rebrand again at some point. Well, the Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable sports team in the world. Texas, everything's bigger in Texas. Everything. The Dallas Cowboys. I mean, look, they remarket themselves. Their merch. I mean, I've had Cowboys merchandise, and I hate the Cowboys, but they are America's team. The way they branded that, and it's Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, and it's Dallas. Dallas as a city. They love their American football. Dallas is a big city, and a lot of that wealth comes from when the Cowboys were successful, and a lot of Americans in a lot of areas don't have an NFL team because the metro area they live in is too small or they're too rural, and they attach themselves to the Cowboys. The Dolphins are worth a lot as well. And they can't even field a team this coming season because their salary cap is busted. They've screwed up their contracts. But no, the Dallas Cowboys are. Yeah, I've done my research and I've looked at the most valuable sports teams, and the Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable sports team in the world, and they're crap. But then Manchester United aren't doing particularly well right now either. But their net value, the ownership's worth money. They sell out every game, which is not hard because you've only got X amount of, was it 9 games, 9 home games or 8 home games a year or something, excluding playoffs. But Texas as a state, they are American football mad as a state. They love their MLS as well and their association football. They love their rugby union as well in Texas, ironically, and they're buying into ice hockey more and more with the Dallas Stars and the potential of Houston getting a team. So Texas as a state, they will follow any team sport. If the high school system, the collegiate system, if your high school goes, we're going to have a ice hockey program, they'll go, yeah, okay. If that high school goes, we're going to have a baseball program, a soccer program, rugby. You could put any sports program in that district. And as long as all the other high schools in that district will sign up for it, you can go, right, okay, we've now got 12 high schools playing this sport. We can have a mini. The locals will support it. Some of the high school stadiums in Texas are bigger than football league stadiums here. Texas is Texas as a country would be ranked quite high. They produce a lot of athletic talent in Texas. And then their colleges or their universities in the NCAA, when they get talent coming in from other states, there are students or collegiate NCAA athletes who go to university in Texas because of the collegiate system. And they could be from anywhere in the world, not just in the US, anywhere. So Texas as a state within the US is a hotbed for athletic development. It really is. It's the same with Georgia and Alabama as well. They've got really good collegiate systems. And where else? There's some other states that really go hard. Ohio as well is another one where there's a lot of emphasis put on their collegiate teams. But Texas really is a driving force of pro sports in the US. For a long time, the Cowboys were the only NFL team in Texas until the Texans came along. The Houston Oilers, who became the Houston Texans, the Oilers were the other NFL team for a while until they relocated, and then the Texans did come along. Yes. Also, for a long time, the Cowboys were the only team winning until the Spurs started to win. Yeah, Texas as a state, I think underachieved when it comes to the major leagues. The Dallas Stars only have the one Stanley Cup, been to multiple Stanley Cup finals as the Minnesota North Stars and the Dallas Stars, but only have the one championship. The Cowboys haven't won for a long time, and the San Antonio Spurs have had some success, but Houston Astros, their success is sort of tarnished by the sign stealing. But Texas as a state, I think, with its population size and the collegiate system and how the state is just sports mad, not just American football, but just everything. As a state, I think their sports teams do underperform as a whole nationally. If you look at all the major leagues, they could do better, but a lot of the talent they produce go to other states to play when it comes to the major leagues. You look at how the NFL draft works. You look at the NHL draft, the Major League Baseball draft, the NBA draft. Look at the amount of talent that comes out of universities and minor league teams in Texas that goes on to be drafted to the major leagues that then go on to have careers outside of Texas. They produce talent, but then that talent gets spread around the rest of the US and Canada. But no, you look at it, that they've got some very successful teams. At the same time, California as well. You look at the Texas and California and Florida and New York are the four most populous states in the US. And then you look at how successful or unsuccessful their teams are. Honestly, look at how in the last couple of decades, you take the Yankees out of New York State, their teams aren't overly successful, really, in recent times. Christian Wade, it's an interesting one. I think rugby union made a mistake letting him go, losing him, and I think that was down to the RFU and selection when he was in around the England selection debate. He only had the one cap, which just astounded me, and I understand why he looked at the NFL International Player Pathway Program. I can understand why he attempted it and why he went down that route. Rugby league, it's going to be an interesting transition. Very interesting transition. We'll see how he does. We'll see how he does. And also you've got to look at the fact we've got this Ashes series against Australia at the end of the year. Christian Wade transitions really well and plays well because he's playing for Wigan. We'll see how he does. And we'll see what happens. In part, yes, for the money, but also he did state at the time he was frustrated with being overlooked for England at the time he left, considering what he was doing for Wasps at the time at club level, and that is fair. He was, but then you've got to look at why Lewis Rees-Zammit's gone as well. I think he could have done it. He's got the pace to do it as one of the special teams as a kick returner. He doesn't have the height, but he has the pace. So special teams, kick returner, that would have been in his role. Um, but we'll see how he does at Wigan. It's going to be interesting to see how he transitions because each of the three, I mean, rugby union, rugby league are similar, but there are technical differences, obviously. But look at how Suoliti is doing in union and Nia Quanaquaze is doing for the Roosters, having come over from the Wallabies and now playing league. There's a couple of players who made the transition, but it's going to be interesting to see how Christian Wade does because he spent so long out of rugby playing, obviously NFL. If Liverpool get that 1 point they need in the trophy parade and all this, yeah, it should always be done post-season. Personally, Josh Charnley over him for Ashes now. Charnley, God, I'm surprised Ryan Hall's still going, but I think one of the most underrated wingers that have played for England and Great Britain is McGilvery. Jermaine McGilvery was how he never went to the NRL was a head scratcher for me. I think he missed an opportunity. Jermaine McGilvery was a brilliant servant for the game. But it's going to be interesting to see how England perform against Australia in this 3-test series. But the ticket sales have been really good. I mean, look, Headingley sold out. Bramley Dock Stadium in Liverpool sold out. And the ticket sales at Wembley have been really, really strong. So I'm looking forward to this 3-test series in November. And the ticket sales have been really good. You remember him in his preseason game against the Colts where he ran halfway across the grid and thought, holy shit, he could make it here, and then nothing from him. Sad, really. Well, a lot of people say that the NFL player pathway is a bit of a gimmick, and that obviously, it was a bit gimmicky. But actually, if you look at it, look how many players have actually transitioned from other sports using the NFL international player pathway and actually have made rosters. Jordan Malitia, prime example. So there is that. And I've actually looked at the international player pathway, but really though, there are other players who've done it. Not to the same fanfare because of his background and his size, and the fact that he's from a Aboriginal, Polynesian, Australian background, and he was a South Sydney Rabbitoh Junior. They made a big thing of it at the time when the Eagles did draft him, and he went through the international player pathway. Big. I mean, I did a video on it at the time. There was a big thing made of it at the time. He made the transition over all those years ago. And then the Jared Hayne. I mean, Jared Hayne had his off-field legal issues, and they haven't gone away, by the way, for Jared Hayne. He's still got ongoing legal issues. Valentine Holmes, I think he's come back a better rugby league player as a result. Christian Wade, look, this is where Reece Samet, people are going to look at Reece Samet now. Now, Reece Samet has gone over at a younger age. I think that's what goes in Reece Samet's favour. It's going to be interesting to see how Lewis Reece Samet does, but at the same time, it's an indictment on the state of rugby union that Christian Wade at the time was, hot property in rugby union when he went over. Lewis Reece Samet could have been potentially the best winger in the game globally. You could put him into any side and he would score tries. And the timing of Reece Samet walking away coincides with Wales not winning a game since Reece Samet has announced he's going to chase the NFL. Wales haven't won a test match. There's no coincidence with that. When NFL coaches Google "run it straight," things will change. They do already use a lot of AFL kicking techniques and a lot of rugby union, rugby league tackle and passing techniques when they do the trick plays, especially tackle techniques and fitness drills, which they hate to admit. NFL fans hate to admit that actually the AFL, Aussie rules, rugby league and rugby union have had more of an impact over the last 20 years on the NFL than they would like to admit. And they claim NFL athletes, the best athletes in the world. They've got a lot of padding and they have short, sharp bursts on the field. You look at it and you put them on a rugby field. Only one NFL player gave it a go, and he lasted 5 games and wasn't very good. But I think it was the Seahawks who were first to use rugby tackling techniques in both union and league, and use tackling drills and some rugby drills. Don't get me wrong, I think other rugby players can make it, only if you're really fast or absolute giant like that. What the Maori and Pacifica Poly boys. Just I don't know what they feed them in the South Pacific, but they're big boys, aren't they? Look at Harris Tavita, what he did last weekend against Adam Reynolds, where he literally smashes him. And Harris Tavita took a year out, like a year and a half out of rugby league. He's come back better than what he was when he left after the Rugby League World Cup final in 2022. He took a time out, come back, and he's a better player. But no, if what I think the NFL fans, a lot of NFL fans hate to admit, is they've actually adopted a lot of AFL kicking technique for their kickers, and a lot of Aussie rules players, ex-Aussie rules players and coaches are actually being involved and invited over to teach kicking technique, and rugby league and rugby union players to teach kicking technique for the kickers, and the tackle and fitness drills of league and union. I think they're using a lot more union tackle drills and a lot more league fitness drills. And there is that. Some of the Pacific Islander players could do well in the NFL. Not just Pacific Islanders, but there's already a large, American Samoan population, and there's a big Pacific Polynesian population on the western side of the US in Utah, California, and Nevada. I realised that in 2017 and 2018 when I was doing my Rugby League World Cup videos in 2017, and when I was doing my Major League Rugby videos in 2018 and 2019, the view counts from the US were quite high on the West Coast and in Hawaii. And I was really surprised, especially with Hawaii and Utah at the time. And then I did my research, and there's a big Polynesian community on the Western Pacific side of the US. Big community, and a lot of it's to do with the various church denominations that they, like the Latter-day Saints, Mormons, and various Baptist churches that they are part of, and a lot of them go over to the US for university as well, and that's why rugby union, especially, and to a certain extent rugby league, is very popular on the western side of the US. That's you Islanders. That's you hectic. Although I run it straight to KFC. I don't like KFC. I'm more of a Burger King guy. But Hungry Jack's in Australia because of legal issues. Because there's a restaurant called Burger King in Australia, and they won a lawsuit against Burger King, which is why Burger King in Australia is called Hungry Jack's. A bit of local knowledge there. But no, I don't like KFC. What NFL players could compete in rugby league realistically? That's an interesting one. I would say some of the specialist kick returners and wide receivers might, but they've got to also, and some of the defensive those players that play on the wide areas and defense. I can't remember all the positions defensively. But the big lads won't last 10. Well, you say that. I think you look at how the interchange is used and how certain players off the interchange are used, especially the prop forwards in rugby league now. They're brought on, some of the big lads So what a lot of coaches are doing is using some smaller front row forwards, and then they bring the big lads on for 20-minute bursts. So I do think some NFL players could transition to rugby league quite well. Some American rugby union players and Canadian rugby union players have played NFL or CFL as well. I think rugby union players, it suits them better than rugby league, I think. Who's the best prop? A lot of people say Payne Haas. I think at the moment it's going to be a bit of a outside the box, but Josh Curran's doing quite well in his new role, playing in the front row at the moment. Partly because he's slightly smaller and therefore he can have that kind of 80-minute game in him. He's not as big as a Payne Haas who can't play 80 minutes. That's an interesting one. There is no right or wrong answer there. But you look at the teams that are in form and the forward packs that are in form. Fisher Harris when he's fit. Fisher Harris. Leota when he's playing well. But he's now playing without Fisher Harris. So I would say Fisher Harris, Payne Haas, Josh Curran, and just the Canterbury forward pack in general, although they did lose today. Just in general, how they use their slightly smaller size to move pieces around and play at a higher intensity. I think the Warriors forward pack's playing quite well. But it's how the coaches use the interchange. So there's no right or wrong answer there. From Auckland, New Zealand, mate, but back and forth to Oz a lot. Actually, it's Anzac morning here today. Yes, it is Anzac Day tomorrow or Friday. So, shit. What time is it in Auckland right now? Like, what time is it in New Zealand right now in Auckland? Because the time zone from the west coast of Australia, that would be what? Midnight, just past midnight in Auckland right now? Midnight, 1 o'clock? The thing is, my surname is Curran. So my initials are also JC because my first name is John. So I have said this to one of my friends who is a rugby league fan as well. He follows the NRL. He's a Bunnies fan though. So yeah, random Souths fan in the UK. Yes. If you look at Josh Curran's facial features and look at me when I had my long hair a couple of years ago. So go back to 2022 when I had my really long hair? I think it is. Go back and look at some of my videos from 2022. Look at my long hair. And then look at Josh Curran, who has the same surname as me. I know he's got Aboriginal heritage, but he's also got Irish heritage like I do. Honestly, look at Josh Curran's face and look at my face and then come back to me. I actually have a sneaky suspicion that I am related to Josh Curran. I also do think he will play Origin at some point, yes. The way he's playing, you can play him in the back row, you can play him at centre as an emergency centre. He has played centre. Play him at lock, and you can play him in the front row. He's very versatile. Very versatile player. How Payne Haas, he can do anywhere between 40 and 40 and he can play 80, but he's best playing 40 to 60 minutes. Paul, makes more sense. Thanks for your war contributions from the UK. Studied history at uni, and the Aussie and Kiwi sappers were key. Not just that, they were key at Gallipoli, which is where Anzac Day comes from. And a lot of the Kiwis actually, and some of the Aussies were miners, which is why they were sappers, which is why they dug the mines, or they blew the big mines up on the western front of Passchendaele and the Somme and Vimy Ridge. Your hash point was against NFL big lads. I would say Payne Haas could probably hack the NFL. Fisher Harris could give it a go, and Leota could give it a go. I think they have the potential. But yes, as I say, look at Josh Curran's face and look at mine, and then go back a couple of years on the channel. So look at some of my videos from 2022 when I had my really long hair. I have a sneaky suspicion we're potentially related. I do have a cousin who lives in New Zealand, but she moved out to New Zealand. 20 years ago, and she has her own cattle and sheep farm near Waikato, or Upper Volcano. So I do have a cousin in New Zealand, and her oldest has just turned 18, and he looks very dapper. He looks the very country gent. You can imagine him up in the Yorkshire Dales, with just how he wears tweed. He does wear a lot of tweed. Don't ask me why. My dissertation was on the soil conditions of World War One. Nice to hear you know your stuff. Yeah, look, I've done all the World War One battlefields. The Somme Valley's chalk. Flanders is very clay based. That's why it all just flooded, because it's basically Flanders is basically estuary, really. If you think about it, it's low lying, and there's a reason why it's the way it is. Think of like South London clay. Oh, there's a bloody bug. Hang on, bloody mozzie, die! Got a mozzie in here. And then the further when you get to the Ardennes, and then what was the front lines in Alsace and Lorraine, which were all just inside France at the time, near Belfort and Mulhouse or Mulhouse. That's very mountainous, because that's the Visage and the Jura. And then on the eastern front, it's completely different, because you've got the Pripyat marshes, the Masurian lakes, so very boggy conditions in large part. Then you get the Carpathians, and then the eastern front's weird. The Italian front is the most interesting, because you've got a river valley, and then you've got the Karst plateau, and then the Alps, and then the Piave River and all that. And I've been across all the Italian, Austrian battlefields of World War One. They're really interesting, north of Venice, and just west of Slovenia, or actually some of it's actually inside Slovenia, which is really, really, really interesting. I do suggest you look at the Italian, Austrian front in World War One and go to some of the battlefields there. It's really interesting, and you look at the conditions they had to fight in, and the terrain. I have a history channel called TheSportsBoffin. I do have a history channel called TheSportsBoffin. I haven't been doing content on there for a while. Just type in TheSportsBoffin, you'll find me. You'll find me. I haven't done a video on there for about a year, but you'll find me all right. Yeah, just type in there's two channels called TheSportsBoffin. Mine has about 82, 83 subscribers, so just check it out. I haven't done any content for a while, but I've done some stuff on there. I will be doing. I'm reading a couple of books on World War II right now, so I'll be doing some book reviews at some point, and I'll do some content probably over the weekend after the FA Cup semi-finals are done, and I've watched all the Anzac weekend rugby league. I might do some content tomorrow on it. So it's been a while. Been a while. But I cover everything from book reviews, films, history. I've done weather videos on there, video game reviews, all sorts. So yeah, it's where I do all my other random stuff that isn't sport related. I think it was something to do with the resistance in France. That's why they banned it. That's why it got banned. The Vichy government, a lot of the rugby league players in the southwest joined the resistance, and it was a lot of it was to do with the resistance, and that's why the French rugby league, and when the World Cup was meant to be hosted there this year, and then the French government pulled the funding, there's not a great relationship between rugby league and the French government. Because of funding issues and the ban, and how the equipment was stolen, and how rugby union is seen as the fascist sport, and it's all very complicated. It is to do with the Vichy and the Nazi occupying. They used it as a way to hurt the resistance, because a lot of resistance groups were using the rugby clubs to would use rugby league and all that, and they would use them as meeting up points, because it's a working class game, and a lot of resistance networks were working class groups in small provincial towns and cities and villages where there was, and the Peugeot factory in Toulouse, for example. Toulouse is rugby league country, and they blew it up. Citroen deliberately made their fuel tanks and dipsticks too short and the fuel tanks too small so the car engines would seize when they were given German army contracts, which is why a lot of Citroen cars in D-Day, a lot of the resistance were using, and when the Germans retreated, they were using charcoal because the Citroen deliberately made the dipsticks too short and the fuel tanks too small. There you go. The Peugeot factory in Toulouse, they blew it up because it was an armaments factory that started out making women's underwear, by the way. That's where Peugeot get their gig. Renault was another one. Michelin was another one. They mucked around with the rubber in the tires. I'm trying to think of some other crazy stuff that the French did. The French did some crazy stuff. Those who resisted the German occupation and the Vichy government did some crazy stuff. Some really funny, like you've got to laugh. Like Allo really is how it was in France, in provincial France. If you watch Allo the comedy, it's like that. Yeah, and also the French do like protesting and rioting a lot. And if the government makes some rules, you know that the average French man is going to protest them and riot against them. And then the French do like a good protest, a good riot, a good trade union strike. Yes, they're all trade unionists. They're all communists. They're not all communists. Even the far right is trade unionized. So France is just, they like a good protest, a good riot, a good revolution. To be fair, they have overthrown their monarchy 3 times. And their republic twice. So they have a habit of not really knowing what they want to run their country. Yeah, I mean, no, but honestly, yeah, the French like a good protest. They haven't been winning a lot lately, but when it comes to, I did a post when someone had put a Top Gear post when they're driving the cars, and they're talking about how the French like a good protest, and I was like, oh, it's a rare win for the French these days. That militant protesting and making shit cars. And I triggered so many Americans and so many lefty liberals. It was fantastic, and some French as well. Fantastic, because I'm not political at all. I do vote, but I don't espouse my politics, if that's a sense. I'm not for the right or the left. So I'm a Liberal Democrat voter. So there you go. I sit in the middle. It's called common sense, but I don't really go on about my political thoughts. You're going to be bringing my history stuff. Your enthusiasm dropped. What do you mean your enthusiasm dropped off? Your enthusiasm for history or your enthusiasm for sport dropped off? Yeah, no, I am a Lib Dem voter because I can't stand Labour and I can't stand the Conservatives and I can't stand Reform because I'm sorry, I understand why a lot of people who were students in the early 2010s don't like the Lib Dems because of the tuition fees. But if it wasn't for the Lib Dems, you would have had a lot worse in 2015. By 2015, ironically, the Lib Dems in the coalition government, ironically, was people. I don't want to get political. This is for the other channel, but if you look at our lifetime, so I was born in 1989. The scary thing is the coalition government of 2010 to 2015 was the most competent government we've had in my lifetime. And that is scary. And I studied politics at A level, and I was tempted to go to university. And then the Labour government in 2010 had already scrapped the adult learning grant, and that was already going to be scrapped before I went and did a mechanics course at college in 2010. So EMA was already being scrapped by the Labour government after 2009, 2008. So when we're talking about hatred for the Conservatives and Lib Dem, it gets complicated. I don't want to get into politics, but I voted for all three major parties in my time, and now how I look at it now with how the Labour Party dealt with issues last summer and labelling a lot of people as racist, basically, when actually they were just frustrated and felt they weren't being listened to, and there was a lot of growing tension in communities. I didn't like that. That was a cop out. So I stick to the middle on things. I stick to common sense. I don't agree with everything the Lib Dems do, but I stick sort of to the middle. I think the extremes we have now are very distasteful, but unfortunately, it's something that no, I understand. That's one of the reasons why I didn't go. But if we didn't have the Lib Dems actually in government, the tuition fees would have been a lot higher. Honestly, they would have been on US levels, and a lot of the cuts would have been a lot worse. So there is that. But you've got to look at the economic situation at the time between 2007 and 2010. And I've discussed that before and how it impacts sport as well. But I want to get off politics. I try and keep politics off the channel. That is as political as I'll get. Now, I voted for the Lib Dems in 2010. And I felt let down. And so I didn't vote for them again until when I was going to vote for them in 2019 where I was living, but they didn't poll a candidate, so I voted for an independent, but I was going to vote for them again in 2019. So since then, I've gone back to my roots. Yes, Landeskog finally returning from that knee injury after that knee problem he's had. I mean, look, I'm stunned it's been that long, but it's whether he has a long, how long he can play on that knee. Another little injury, I think his career's done. The fact he's rehabbed his injury and come back is fantastic, but I don't know how long he's got left in his career now at all. It's like Carey Price after the 2020 Stanley Cup, never played again. Thatcher Demko is probably going to retire young, so it's going to be interesting to see how long Landeskog can play on. He has had that time out, but then Mario Lemieux had some time out, came back, and was still a pretty good player. So, but the speed of the NHL now, I think that could be a bit of a struggle for Landeskog to get up and stay at that kind of intensity level. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if he can really drive the Avalanche on and get them to the last stages of the playoffs, and how impactful he's going to be for the team. I mean, on a morale standpoint, that's got to boost the squad and boost the dressing room and the roster and make the rest of his teammates feel really good, because he was a big part of them winning their last Stanley Cup. But at the same time, you've got to question how long he can play with that knee. And if he has another injury, I mean, another injury setback of any kind, I mean, that could be medically retired. And we have seen players medically retired. And medical retirements are, salary cap dumps and, and all that. But with the way the salary cap is right now, I'm trying to think what team. I think the San Jose Sharks have got the most cap space. But I don't think the Sharks want to take on dead cap money. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm looking at it, and the Oilers are struggling in the playoffs so far, so that's something to note. And I do think the Oilers are starting to take a step back, and the Oilers have gone through a lot of coaches. And people go, McDavid's the best player in the game and the best player in the league, or is it Draisaitl? I think Draisaitl's the better all-round player. For me, the best player actually on the Oilers as an all-round player is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. That's my thoughts on that. Mic drop. I think Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is actually the better all-round player, and I think he should have won a Selke by now. But that's my views on that. The NHL is at a crossroads because we know the salary cap is going to explode over the next couple of years. And that then means a lot of teams have a lot of cap space and they've got to reach a cap floor. So it's going to be interesting what happens in the NHL in this off-season. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the NHL in the next coming seasons as well, and the draft and free agency, and how big some of these contracts players are going to be on. Yes, Leeds have got promoted, and there's already talk about a managerial change where Fark loses his job and they bring someone else in, which I don't think is fair. So the NHL will be allowed to spend more. Yes, basically, the salary cap has basically stayed nearly flat since COVID. It was projected to rise for the 2020-2021 season, but because of the shutdown in the end of the 2019-2020 season, they had to renegotiate the CBA. They brought in a bigger escrow, and escrow is complicated. I don't fully understand it, but escrow got complicated. The salary cap basically went flat, which impacted player contracts and teams making, which meant a lot of teams were at or close to the salary cap, or at some points over the salary cap, so they couldn't ice a full strength roster. So Vegas and Toronto, for example, were teams really impacted, so they couldn't put their strongest team on the ice on a given night, so they were short benched some nights, where they were going a defenseman or a forward short, or sometimes two players short, so they could be salary cap compliant. And now that we've got Seattle of joining the league, so Vegas joined the league in 2017, and there's a lot of money spread around the other 30 owners. Seattle joined the league in 2021. Vegas don't. The Vegas Golden Knights as a franchise and their ownership don't get the money from the expansion fee, but that means a lot more money is pumped into the league, and now we have all these, the legalization of gambling in the US. Depending on state, it's now up to each individual state to legalize or regulate. That has meant so much money coming into the league, so much money. The NBA and NFL. The NBA has a soft cap system. Ironically, Gary Bettman, who is the commissioner of the NHL right now, was involved with the NBA. He was working for the NBA in the early 80s when the salary cap was brought in 83. He was the architect behind that. He helped design the salary cap that the NBA currently has, their system. The NFL, it's just more money. The NFL's got a lot more money. Although the Miami Dolphins are in salary cap hell for this coming season, they may not be able to field a full roster. They might have to do a lot of trades of players. They've really screwed up their contracts. The NBA, the NHL has a hard cap system. The NBA has a soft cap luxury tax. So the NBA has a weird salary cap. I don't fully understand how it works. I'm not, as I say, I'm not a financial expert in any way, and salary caps are weird things. The NBA has a soft cap, so there's a bit more flexibility with the NBA. The NFL, again, different salary cap. Major League Baseball doesn't have one. Major League Baseball does not have a salary cap right now, which is going to be big issues when it comes to the CBA negotiations at the end of next year. Basically, we're going to have another lockout. The Major League Baseball Players Association don't want a salary cap, basically, but they're going to be forced to have one. They're going to have to make some concessions. How lenient and strict? The NHL, I think, has the strictest salary cap, as in it's a hard cap system, and we can argue the pros and cons of making teams reach the salary cap floor and making teams reach a salary cap upper limit and not exceeding it. But with the salary cap going up, there are some teams that may fail to reach the salary cap floor in years to come, which has been an issue before. It's been an issue before where some teams are just scraping the salary cap floor. Famously, the Coyotes were always a cap dump location where players would go on long-term injured reserve, so they could so other teams could get a bad contract off the books, and knowing that full well that player wasn't going to play. And there was some creative accounting so they could meet the salary cap floor, which is why that team sucked for so long. But now they're in Utah, and we're going to find out what the rebranding of Utah is. Most likely Mammoth. we'll see what the rebrand looks like and the logo and the unit. I think the colours stay the same on the jerseys, but the logo is going to be interesting, and the marketing and the merchandise is going to be kind of exciting. What Utah do. But no, the salary caps are interesting because the NRL salary cap over in rugby league in Australia is based on a draft system. So basically, they copied what the AFL did. And for whatever reason, the AFL are allowed to have their draft system and their salary cap structured for that. The NRL tried to bring in a draft system. It was challenged in court as restraint of trade, and the court upheld the ruling. So there you go. Yeah, I think Yeti is too close to the Colorado Avalanche's kind of Yeti footprint as their secondary. And it's been trademarked by someone else apparently, so you can't have Yeti as a trademark. I think Mammoth is most likely. I think they weren't allowed to keep that trademark. They did trademark a lot of names. I've got to look at. I think there's the. I think I'll have to have a look at what they're going to go with. There's 3 names they've still got. I think Mountaineers is one, or Explorers. I think is one. Mammoth's another. And Utah Hockey Club, which is very European sounding, and it's. I don't think they're going to keep that, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Utah, and I think Mammoth works. It's different. You can do a lot with the logo. You can make the Tusks hockey sticks, for example. You can do a lot with that. And the state of Utah is known for its fossil record and its paleontology, and there's a lot of various layers of fossils. Like there's a big dinosaur fossils have been found in Utah. They found mammoths in Utah, in the fossil record. So you could use that archaeology, paleontology kind of link as well, but. Was Utah? No, it was Utah was out west, so it was neither. It wasn't part of the Louisiana Purchase. It was west of that. So that Utah used to be part of Spanish colonialism. It was part of New Mexico, as in the province of New Mexico, which is now New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. So it wasn't part of the Louisiana Purchase. It was actually Spanish and then Mexican territory. And then it became the Utah territory. I believe Utah became a state in like 1912, something along those lines. I've got to look at when Utah gained statehood at some point. But no, Utah was not a. That's why you look at New Mexico and you look at there's a city called Pueblo in Colorado. That should be a hint at some of the previous ownership of the land. Pretty much, yes. The US stole a lot of. let's not get into the US history because we could get very political. And I do remember in 2018, when I was living at my grandparents. I do remember in 2018 I was in what I call the games room, as I call it. It was my Xbox and TV, which are over there now, over on that table over there. They were in front of me. And I was on with the old laptop. And I do remember, this is when I decided to make a rule about politics on the channel, even though we've got a bit political tonight and we've been a bit naughty. One of my this is before I made it subscriber only for the live stream. I seem to remember someone asked a question of what my views were on Donald Trump. And this is when Trump's first presidency. We're about halfway through the first Trump term. And I went off on a very long Monty Python, John Cleese, Fawlty Towers-esque rant. Okay? I went off on one. And it lasted about an hour and a half. And I just went off on one. And then I also went off on the Democrats as well. I'm not a massive fan of either political party in the US and how the US is very right-wing. Just it is. The Democrats would still be classed as reform or conservatives here. Just putting it out there for a lot of what the platform they stand on. But so I did this live stream anyway. this viewer asked, my views on Donald Trump and all that, and I got very. It was quite funny. I've got to remember which live stream it is now. It's one of the longer live streams we've done back in 2018. I think it was just before the World Cup. Anyway, fast forward to the next day, doing another live stream. Someone else asked what my views are on US politics and President Trump. And very, very quickly, so the person who had asked the question the day before in the question comment section went, "No, don't do it. Don't do it. We've been here before. Just watch yesterday's live stream. You'll understand." And he gave timestamps. And I just was like, okay, let's not get political ever again. So there's that. Yes, George Washington did serve with the British military in the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian Wars, as it was known colonially at the time. And he did serve as a scout, and he was also a surveyor as well. And he was a land surveyor. But let's not get. I don't want to go too much into the history and the politics because obviously the whole tariff thing at the moment and the economic, the tariff war and the trade war at the moment. Ironically, the US exists because they didn't want to pay a tariff on tea. Hence the Tea Party, part of the Republican Party, and the Boston Tea Party. And I had to explain to someone what Boston Tea Party meant, and because obviously iced tea from the US. And I was like, the Boston Tea Party is not about iced tea. It's not and Boston iced tea is not that great. Arizona iced tea is quite nice though. Yes, Utah is where a lot of Mormons live. Not all of them, a lot of them. Not all of them. There's a lot of Mormons in other parts of the Rocky Mountains as well and the West Coast. But only about 50% of the state of Utah now, or actually less than 50% of the state of Utah now, is a Church of Latter-day Saint or Mormon or one of the related congregations. Just putting it out there. China. Yes, China. I did do a very good Donald Trump impersonation in my rant all those years ago. I seem to remember, but I do remember that live stream quite vividly. That was in 2018. Jesus. It's now 2025. It's just mad how the last 7-8 years of. I mean, look, I've been doing YouTube now for 8 years as of Monday. 8 years ago, I started doing this, and our first live stream was just over 7 years ago. And it is crazy to think of, how time flies by, and where the channel's at, and I'm surprised no one's actually given a super chat or super thanks at this point. I've only ever had, I think, 2 super chats on live streams since we've been monetized. It's mad. But I know a lot of other channels have super chats going all over the place, and people just bang, 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 bang. And it would be nice to get a super chat. It really would. Let's have a look at how the channel's doing. Right, let's have a look at things. So, oh wow, the view counts are really good. The watch hours are really good. Right, okay. Let's have a look at the last 60 minutes. Last 48 hours. What's the top performing video? The Sean Johnson video is still getting good views. The Lachlan Galvin, the Lockie Galvin video is still getting a lot of views and a lot of discussion. The round 7 review video of the NRL was just getting a lot of views as normal because it's a review video. The AFL video I did discussing state of origin, should they bring it back? Actually, we're getting a lot of views there. What's the top performing video, however, over the last month is the Pat McAfee being sued video. That's the top performing video over the last month. And in general, it has been a little bit of a slower month this month. I'm gonna say that it has been a bit slower in regards to channel views, but watch hours are up. Subscriber count is pretty solid, and it's the best month we've had for revenue earning. We've had a lot of super thanks, and obviously we've now got more members now. So I would love to see more people become members. There should be I've applied for a second tier of membership now, a slightly cheaper tier of membership, just for the simple fact that I know not everyone can afford huge amounts of money. But there we go. Time flies. We are getting old. Yes. What, you think I was on my first live stream? Very likely. Very likely. I've got to go back and see when it was, but very, very likely. Very likely. I think I was wearing my Winnipeg Jets jersey at the time, and my lucky Winnipeg hat, which I don't wear anymore. Time flies. We're all getting old. I'm 36 this year. Don't remind me. And it's scary that the majority of my viewers are younger than me. Very scary. Will I cover the Europa League and Champions League and Europa Conference League finals if TNT, well, Warner Bros. Discovery, do that free pass weekend again? Yes, I will. Wow, God, you're 26 and I'm nearly 36. Wow. But yeah, the majority of my viewers are aged 25 to 34. So the majority of my viewers are younger than me. When I look at the channel analytics and I look at things, the majority of my viewers are younger than me. And that's just the simple facts of it. For whatever reason, that's the demographics, how it works. It's always been the case that the 25 to 34 age demographics always had the most viewers, but there are some months in Snapshot where I get a lot of older viewers. I actually do have a lot of older viewers on the channel overall. A lot of my viewers are over the age of 35. A lot of my viewers are over the age of 45. I've got a lot of viewers in their 50s and 60s and even to their 70s. There are retirees who watch this channel. There are people who are retired who are subscribers of this channel, who are pensioners. And I'm not joking. There are pensioners who are subscribers to this channel. And, you know, it's mad to think that. But no, I've got every age demographic that you can get on YouTube from 13 to over the age of 65. You know, I've got to start. Cover more Test cricket. Yeah, I've done. The problem is it's not as accessible because it's behind a paywall, and I don't watch TV anymore. And I'm not willing to get a Fire Stick or any dodgy website stream just for the simple fact that if this goes full time and I go full time in regards to earning more on this than I do at my day job and getting full monetization, I'm not risking my laptop getting fucked with viruses. I'm just not risking it. And I just don't have the spare cash to pay for Fire Sticks and dodgy streams and anything like that. So it's not for me. It never has been really for me, really. I have to. I know people who do the dodgy Fire Sticks and dodgy Netflix accounts and stuff. And really, are they really making any money on it? Really? I understand why people are going down that route because of the cost. It's very frustrating. Yes, 2005 Ashes was on Channel 4. And it was the last Test series we had on free-to-air coverage in this country. That was 20 years ago. The ECB made a lot of short-term decisions that have had long-term consequences. Although, if you want to watch county cricket, every Division 1 and Division 2 county are on YouTube now. So you can watch the county cricket on YouTube. I was watching the women's Warwickshire, Hampshire one-day game yesterday. That was a really interesting game. It was a draw and it went down to the final ball, which was a run-out. Yes, the Champions League was on ITV. The UEFA Cup used to be on Channel 5 and ITV, which became the Europa League. And the Cup Winners' Cup was on BBC and Channel 5 and ITV. And then they took it away from us. And they wonder why now they're coming up with the European Super League and why there's empty seats at games and why fans are angry and why viewership is down. You put obstructive paywalls in the way that are unaffordable for the average family, it's going to hurt. And there's going to become a point where, fans do start protesting ticket prices. Fans do start, there's going to be, there's starting to be pushback. We've seen pushback now. It's growing. Does one particular Champions League, the 99 final, the 2008 final, the 2005 final, partly because English sides won those finals, but the 2009 final I actually watched in Italy, so I was watching that with Italian commentary, so I can't comment on that. The 2003 or 2004 final, Monaco made the final, was another one that stuck out for me. There's quite a few. A non-final, God. Oh crikey! There's quite Arsenal, Real Madrid when Thierry Henry made Real Madrid just look like a non-league team. It's a difficult one because there are so many we could discuss. The Leeds semi-final, 2002. There's a whole host of group stage matches. There are quite a few games. There are quite a few games you could, not just Champions League, but Europa League, the old UEFA Cup, the old Cup Winners' Cup. There's so many European nights that I've watched as a kid and as a teenager and as in my early 20s that it's there's just so many good games that I've watched over the years. So many good games that it's hard to remember them all. Chelsea Barcelona with Torres scoring the winning goal. That was one that I remember quite vividly. There's quite a few. But at the same time, as we're having this debate about it being behind a paywall for the last decade, I think that has hurt that has hurt the image of European club football. It has, and there's going to become a point where there is pushback to have it back on free-to-air TV as a joint rights like they used to have with ITV and BBC and Channel 5 and Sky. There is going to be that pushback. It's happening. Well, the European Super League, no, I don't think it will. I think the fans made it very, very clear what we thought of it, and I'm not even sure every fan. Many fans are sold on the current the new format for the Champions League. Really, I'm not really overly fussed because I only watch the final these days. If I can watch the final, I'll have to see if they do what they did last year with making it free on the Discovery Plus website. Because I think TNT Sports burnt a lot of good faith at BT Sport. Even though BT Sport was not the best broadcaster, they got some good faith by having the finals on YouTube. They didn't. No, they only did it on their website, and you had to stream it on their website, which wasn't great. May I add, it wasn't great last year. I think if the Super League does happen, football's dead at that point. We saw so much pushback in 2021 that I don't think the clubs are going to risk it. It's the greed side of it. And we're starting to see pushback. And I think we're going to get to a point where I don't. Well, the media landscape is changing. I don't know how much longer we're going to have the media landscape we do. I think the streaming services are going to get a bigger chunk of the pie. Although with boycotts of American companies at the moment, we'll see what happens with Netflix and Amazon in that regard. But we're reaching a point now where we'll see what happens. But look, France still doesn't have a broadcaster, and so that's a big issue. That France still doesn't have a broadcaster for their league, and so there's a big divide between the various leagues in Europe. I think it's gone very wrong. There's a lot of things wrong with it. But we'll see what happens in regards to things like the FA Cup and League Cup and all the various European Cup competitions. And, I do think TNT Sports made a mistake by not doing what BT did with the YouTube, having the finals on YouTube. And they really burnt a lot of bridges there and damaged their brand in their first year. And that didn't go down well. So we'll see what happens, though. Yeah, potentially. Netflix is going to be interesting to see if they actually start bidding for sports rights on a more permanent basis rather than just YouTube boxes, fighting Mike Tyson and the wrestling that they have. It's going to be interesting. They were heavily panned for their, the Paul Tyson fight and how poor the streaming quality was and the buffering and the issues. So it's going to be interesting if Netflix go down that route. They are strongly considering it. You look at how many sports documentaries they've done. It's a matter of time before live sports broadcasting rights, they're part of it, very similar to Amazon. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before they add that to their portfolio. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what the future looks like. We shall see how the various leagues and sports themselves might set up their own streaming arms. Major League Baseball sort of going down that path because it has to, not because it wants to, because of the issues with broadcasters in the US. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, well, look, I mean, the players wanted to get paid more and more. And because of the growth of the overseas rights, especially to the US, the broadcasters here and the league here, the negotiations of what it was worth went up. The value went up and keeps going up. But I think we're going to plateau at some point, and we're going to reach a point where the broadcasters, unless they make it more accessible or more affordable, you're going to keep seeing people illegally stream for cheap. They're never going to stop it. Every year they do these crackdowns, and every year they're playing whack-a-mole. And there's a reason why people illegally stream. Is they're pissed off with being ripped off, which is facts. They are being ripped off. It is not affordable, and the other European leagues and their domestic TV deals are much more affordable, much more accessible, and you can see a better relationship between the clubs and their fans. Attendances are really good at all levels. Yeah, well, when you were at school, if a family had Sky, everyone assumed you were rich. Yeah, pretty much. That was the assumption. It was a stereotype, but it was the assumption. Wasn't necessarily the case, but yeah, people assumed you were better off. And now, unfortunately, if you have Sky now, you are better off. But I think it's being considered. I think the Premier League are considering their own streaming service. I think the Football League are as well. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the broadcasting landscape has changed massively, but the fact that we've seen a couple of broadcasters go bust which have had knock-on impacts for the wider sporting economy. Not just football, but rugby league, rugby union, cricket, ice hockey. There has to come a point where we do plateau in regards to the media rights. There's only so much advertising revenue as well. There's only so much money in media. There is going to become a point where we reach a point where the deal that the media rights is only worth X amount and it won't grow anymore. And we'll see what the next deal is. We'll see what the next deal is worth for the domestic and overseas rights as a whole package, what it's all worth, and we'll see what broadcasters sign up. And I can see more games going free to air. I can see that push. Fans want it, and I can eventually see boycotts of some of the broadcasters. I can actually see broadcast. I can see people just deliberately cancelling and refusing, which has a negative impact because then prices go up. We were told back in the 90s that it would be affordable and that it would keep ticket prices cheap and that it was done in a way that attendances wouldn't be harmed. Ticket prices aren't affordable. The subscription service is not affordable. And the 3 p.m. blackout still exists, but every other country in the world can watch our league live. It's not protecting attendances because people can't afford to go. That is an argument that no longer washes with me. I think the 3 p.m. blackout will have to go. The clubs claim it protects attendance, but it doesn't. That doesn't wash with me. I look at the NRL, for example. I'm just using the NRL because I watch a lot of NRL games. Last weekend was the highest attendance ever for a whole round of fixtures, at nearly 250,000 fans going to 8 games. The game between the Bulldogs and the Rabbitohs had over 65,000 fans in attendance in a 70,000 seater stadium, which is the highest attendance of a regular season NRL game ever. Every single NRL game is broadcast live. And attendances were really good. And they're going to be good again this weekend. So I don't buy the UK 3 p.m. blackout rule. That syndication broadcasting rules, they're outdated. They're outdated. This is not 1992. This is 2025. People are illegally streaming them. They're getting VPNs. They're figuring out ways to get the German feed or the French feed or the Irish. I think, do the Irish have the 3 p.m. blackout? The Irish have the same feed we do, so they'll find the US feed. They're finding ways around it, and they do not care. They do not care. They are pissed off with how much they're being charged, and ticket prices now are pricing out local families, local working class fans, those on lower incomes. They're forcing a choice now where a club which is at the heart. They are Americanizing the sport basically, and they've gone for pure greed. And things are bad when a club like Man City, which has got all this money behind them, that they don't really need to charge what they're charging, are charging what they're charging, and fans are staying away. And they're protesting. Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's the unfortunate reality of where we're at. And fans are staying away. Not every team is selling out anymore. A lot of clubs are not selling out, even if teams are playing well. and are being competitive in whatever league they're in. They're not selling out. Some clubs have never sold out their home grounds, ever. Some clubs have never reached capacity in their stadiums, ever. So that is a concern. You look at the FA Cup, and I say this every year. I've been noticing this since about 2018. About 2018, I started to notice this. I noticed it with the Challenge Cup that year, with the Challenge Cup final, and people going, well, yeah, it's because Catalan are making the final. Fair enough. Okay. We'll use that as a one-off. But then every year since, they've never sold out the Challenge Cup final. And a lot of people have criticised the RFL's agreement with Wembley until 2027. They claimed they reviewed it last year or something. They were reviewing their contract, but they're not selling out Wembley anymore for the Challenge Cup final. That tells you all you need to know in regards to the health of what are they charging for ticket. But I've noticed at the FA Cup a lot of empty seats. And now having, like, is it the fourth or fifth round? They play it over 4 or 5 days or something. And fans hate that. They're hating some of these kickoff times for TV, and they're changed for the overseas market. And midweek games, like, it's I don't know. I'm very frustrated with where we're at in regards to. But this is, I'm falling every year. As time goes on, I enjoy football less and less, and I have done for some time. I don't enjoy it much anymore. My love for the game is now I'll watch the game, and I'll do the content for the channel, and I will dissect the game as a fan of the sport, as in, the actual actions of the players playing. But the way the sport is run, the accessibility of the sport, the cost of the sport, the over commercialization, I think we've gone too far in that direction. Some of the poor governance. And you just look how many managers get sacked every season, and look at the amount of clubs. Look at Scotland, the amount of clubs in administration this season are having points deductions. It is getting worrying. So in that regard, with the way the sport's going, and I love it less and less. There's less games on free-to-air TV now than what there was before, so it's less accessible, which in turn makes it less enjoyable. That you can't watch and access it as much as possible, because I can't afford to go to games. Let's be honest. I don't have a lot of money. I went to Birmingham Peterborough at Wembley a few weeks ago. A lot of empty seats in the corporate section that could have gone to both fans. Yes. Oh, the middle tier, Club Wembley. Yeah. We're going to see at the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, what attendance is like for both semi-finals. And we'll see, how many empty seats are at Wembley for these semi-finals this year. And you can't hide it on live TV. No matter how they position the cameras and how the FA tell the broadcasters to position the cameras to hide the empty seats, you can't hide the fact that there's empty seats at Wembley. You cannot hide the fact that the semi-finals there's empty seats. You cannot hide the fact that at the Challenge Cup final there's empty seats. Even the playoff finals there's empty seats. It's unfortunate that I think Club Wembley is part of the problem. The ticket prices are part of the problem, because they're classed because the playoffs are classed as cup games. They're not classed as league games. Club Wembley is part of the problem, and yeah, I think there is a bit of a soullessness to it. There's no doubt it's a nice modern facility, good facilities and stuff. It has its flaws, as we found out with the Euros final, with security and accessibility. I think we could agree, yeah, there are flaws to it. I think it's not the. A lot of people have criticised Wembley over the years. I'm more critical of Wembley for the club Wembley aspect, for the ticket prices and how much they're charging. I'm more critical of that than, let's say, a the construction of it or the layout of it. But a lot of people I know are very critical of Wembley. But I know a lot of people who've gone to Wembley for the NFL games and have really enjoyed the experience, and have gone multiple times and go and enjoy it. Tottenham is a bowl, but it's better than Wembley. But did Spurs need to redevelop White Hart Lane in the way they did? Because they've not got any better as a team. In fact, they've got worse. Since they've had that stadium, their league finishing position has got worse every year. And they're not, well, if they do win a European trophy this year, if they do win in Europe this year, I don't know how they've done that, because that is a Houdini trick, because they've been so poor this season. It's unreal. But Tottenham have done that for corporate reasons. They've done that not just for the Premier League in Europe, but they've got an NFL pitch you can roll in. They've got a go-kart track in there. I mean, who really that is just yeah. You don't like Old Trafford? Well, look, that's down to the Glazers and now Radcliffe and his Ineos group. I mean, look, the problem is the leverage takeover, the debt and the dividends and all, and the ownership model, and how, in my opinion, that should not be allowed. But Old Trafford's been neglected for a long time. Supporters groups have criticised the state of the stadium for a long time. It's been a long. That is something that the Glazers need to take responsibility for, is their lack of investment in maintaining the stadium at a decent enough standard for a long time. In regards to their plans for their new stadium, my God, that does look like a circus tent. That does look ridiculous. It won't look like that when it's finally built. There will be design changes. I do think the amount of sarcastic abuse that has received online, I think they are going to change the design and the layout. I cannot see, because they're going to get absolutely canned for that. Old Trafford does look dated now. It has had phases of development over the years, but unfortunately, the Glazers haven't done much to it for nearly 20 years, and they haven't done basic maintenance, basically. It's in a very poor state of repair. Harry Kane is only 2 games away from potentially winning his first trophy. Maybe he does end the curse and he continues to curse Tottenham. Maybe Tottenham and Kane win their first trophy in a long time together. As in, he wins one with Bayern and Tottenham win, is it the Europa League they're in? That would be interesting if they both end their trophy curse. Yes, the new theme park near Bedford. That's nowhere near me. I'm nowhere near Bedford. I'm not that far north. I'm a lot further south than Bedfordshire. We'll see what happens with that. Really? Harry Kane trophy party? Potentially, but at the same time, this is where Spurs have got worse, in my opinion. Spurs are worse, but Harry Kane, look, he's got the Bayern. Obviously, it wasn't working at Tottenham. It just was not working. Any thoughts on the next Olympic Games? Am I excited for anything? Well, it's a Winter Olympics, isn't it? I'm excited for the ice hockey at the Winter Olympics and some of the skiing and snowboarding events. Um, yeah, I can actually imagine them winning a trophy before Spurs. Yes, but you got to look how Spurs is run. Isn't baseball at the next Summer Olympics? Was it cricket? I think it's cricket. I think cricket's. I think it's going to be a T20 format. Is at the next Summer Olympics? I think. That's going to be fun. To be fair, because then we get to see cricket on free-to-air TV again, which is what it needs. A sport like cricket does need to be on free-to-air coverage. No, because there'll be some Welsh and Irish, because there'll be some Welsh players in there as well through Glamorgan, and some Scottish. I think it would have to be based on a T20, so there might be some Scottish and maybe some Irish players in there. It wouldn't be an all English. It would have to be a very Four Nations. Otherwise, how would you continue to grow the sport in Scotland, for example? Well, Los Angeles with the Olympics and the World Cup. I think what they're doing with the Olympics is very smart. They're using a lot of existing facilities to reduce cost, and look, LA is a crazy city with a lot going. Well, a crazy metro area, because it's not just a city. LA County is huge, and the metro area is multiple cities, including Los Angeles. It's a crazy part of the world. I don't know. I don't know if they finally decided on where the World Cup final is going to be, but I would assume it would most likely be on the East Coast for time zone, because the majority of sports fans are going to be World Cup fans are going to be European, and the majority of the population in the US and Canada is East Coast as well. So I assume it would be East Coast, but we'll see. We'll have to see. I mean, LA. It's going to be interesting to see what the attendances are like with what's going on politically at the moment, with a lot of overseas tourists now cancelling going to the US. It's going to be very, very interesting. Actually, let's have a look where they plan to have the 2026 World Cup final. I think it's going to be on the East Coast. I don't know why, but I think it'll be on the East Coast. But they might not even have figured that out yet. Let's have a look. MetLife. It is MetLife. Yeah, I thought it would be. So they've already decided the MetLife Stadium is going to be the World Cup final stadium. I knew it would be on the East Coast, just for the time zone. That makes so much sense. Plus, it's only just outside New York. It's close to two of the major airports at New York. So, but that is quite interesting. LA, though, I think it's going to be interesting with it's going to be quite interesting, as I say, how the World Cup goes next year, with 3 co-hosts, multiple time zones. It is basically a continental World Cup. But as I say, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I think when it comes to the Rugby World Cup in 2031 and 2033 for the men's and women's, they will be looking at how the FIFA World Cup goes. And they're going to learn a lot of lessons from how to organise a tournament. They're definitely going to be observing. I think is a good way to look at it. They'll definitely be observing and learning as many lessons as possible when it comes to making sure that the Rugby World Cup in the future. God, that's not as far away as we think either. It's only 6 years away. 6 years' time, the US hosts the Rugby World Cup. I think they're going to be looking at this and planning and learning lessons and liaising and working out what works, what doesn't work, and then they're going to announce what stadiums they're going to use. But that's going to be a fun tournament. And then we've got the Rugby League World Cup next year. We've got the Rugby Union World Cup in 2027, both in Australia. That's going to be interesting to see how that works out. So there's a lot of, we haven't even discussed the Women's Euros in Switzerland this summer. I mean, I'm really looking forward to that. I think the last time when Switzerland and Austria co-hosted the Euros in 2008, the weather had a massive part to play. The weather, there was a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of torrential downpours, and that did have a massive part to play in the tournament and how games were played and how teams set up and approached things. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the Women's Euros in Switzerland. That's going to be really interesting when that starts. That's going to be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that. And we'll have to see how that pans out and, how things work out there. That's going to be very interesting. But the World Cup final next year will be played at MetLife Stadium. So there we go. It's going to be the New York, New Jersey metro area. And yeah, that's going to be interesting to see it played there, yeah. But it's like the 94 World Cup. A lot of people don't think it was a good World Cup. Not because the US wasn't a great host and the fans didn't turn up and show their support. It was the football wasn't great. It will be interesting to see how games, how the playing surfaces hold up, because obviously last year, the Copa America, the playing surfaces were roundly criticised for being not great. They were terrible. And we'll just have to see how the organisation of the tournament goes and because the America knows the world is watching. And they want to be the best at everything. They've got to prove that they are the best at hosting ever. And it'll be the same for the Rugby World Cup. They've got to say we are the best at this. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all goes next summer. And how the weather impacts it as well. How the weather impacts the World Cup is going to be really interesting, because it can get really. They don't want another Copa. No, they don't. I mean, how that final had problems very similar to Wembley at the Euros, and they were very, very aware of this is like a repeat of what happened at Euro 2020, which was played in 2021, and a lot of fans weren't happy with the overall experience. A lot of fans left the final early, citing safety concerns. It's going to be interesting to see how many overseas fans go now for next year. That's definitely going to be very interesting to see how that all works out. It really is. But no, the Copa America last year that got hammered by the media. It got hammered by fans. Fans were not happy with it. A lot of those in the media were very critical of the organisers, and it wasn't a good look considering that was a dry run. That was a practice run for the World Cup for the US venues. That was a practice run, and it just wasn't good. Wasn't good. They were badly criticised, and I don't think they took the criticism well either. I don't think the US Soccer Federation, I don't think they dealt with the criticism very well. But there was a lot of social media influencers, YouTubers. There's a lot of YouTubers who cover the MLS and association football who covered the Copa America, and they really, really heavily criticised the organisation of it, the quality of it. And it didn't help that the US national side didn't have the best tournament and really struggled. And, fans were already frustrated with how the team was playing, and that Canada outperformed them. Didn't go down well. And as I say, let's hope that the organisers have learnt the lessons of last year, and that the pitches are of a better quality, and that the stadiums are better prepared for fans, access, security's better. A whole range of things are improved. Well, again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens on a playing standpoint, and we'll see what happens on a hosting standpoint in regards to organisation, how travelling fans from overseas, how they're welcomed and how they feel with what's going on at the moment politically, and with what's happening with a lot of overseas tourists cancelling trips and having issues at airports. Let's see what the atmosphere is like. Let's see what the playing surface is. That's another thing. They weren't great. They weren't great last year. And to be fair, the Euros last year, some of the playing surfaces in Germany weren't great, and they were heavily criticised. And I found that interesting because in 2006, the World Cup was brilliant. Last year at the Euros in Germany, there was a lot of problems with stadium, the playing surfaces, and fans getting to and from stadiums last year. That was criticised, and there was a lot of issues with the transport network in Germany, which is very surprising. But the playing surfaces weren't great. They really weren't great last year at the Euros, and I have to admit, I was critical of them, watching as a fan, watching the games. I was really surprised with the quality of pitches last year at the Euros. I think that was a universal thing. I think they were poor at the Copa America and they were poor at the Euros. So it's going to be interesting to see how the pitches hold up this year at the Women's Euros, for example, in Switzerland. If they have similar issues to what Germany did last year, that will be very interesting. On a playing standpoint, I think the US is at a crossroads in regards to their national setup. I mean, obviously, they failed to qualify for the 2018 World Cup. They didn't do particularly well at the last World Cup in Qatar. So it's going to be interesting as the host nation. They didn't perform well at the Copa America. They've got Pochettino. There's talks that Pochettino might be lured away by a football club, by back into the European club scene as a manager, which I think is a risk because he has signed up for this World Cup cycle. And so we'll see what happens there. What game was it? Was it Denmark were playing a game, and the Danish fans were like having a free shower or something? Yeah, I mean, look, I have to admit we did have a lot of thunderstorms in Northern Europe and Central Europe last summer. Last summer there was a lot of thunderstorms and a lot of heavy rain. And while it was still warm, it wasn't as warm as the previous two summers, like 2022 and 2023. But there was a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of heavy rain, and Dortmund's stadium is aging a bit now. It has had modifications done over the years, but it is aging a bit now, similar to Old Trafford. But there was a lot of rain last summer. It was a very wet summer last summer. There was a lot of flooding across Europe last summer. And there was a lot of thunderstorms. It was a very active thunderstorm season last year. We were having thunderstorms. When was the first thunderstorm last year? Was it April or May? We had the first thunderstorm, and I think we just had them through all the way through to like October, November. We had a lot of thunderstorms last year throughout the summer and into the autumn. And I think that also had a part to play on the playing surfaces in Germany looking really, really worn out, because the year before we had a lot of rain as well. The last two summers have been very wet. I think this summer is going to be quite hot. I think we're going to have a similar summer to what we had in 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2022. I think we're going to have some very hot summers. If I remember, 2021 was quite brutal as well. We've had some very hot summers in recent years. The last 2 summers have been very wet. I think this summer's going to be very hot. I think we could see some records. We've got some very hot weather coming. I know that we've got above average temperatures coming in the next couple of weeks. For the end of April, beginning of May, looking at the long term 10-day, 2-week forecast, the weather's going to get very warm, and I think we're going to see some very hot conditions this summer. Very hot. I have no doubt on that. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see how the weather conditions impact the women's Euros. The cricket season for both county and Test cricket here. The rugby league season, because it's currently a summer sport, and I think it should be a winter sport. That's my personal opinion. But it's going to be interesting to see how the weather impacts things this summer. And yeah, I do think 2020. I that was very hot, and I worked it. And same with 2021. Even with my motorcycle accident, that was brutal working in some of those conditions as well. But 2022 was brutal. Working out in that heat was brutal. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible. And I think the summer we're going to have this year is going to be similar to 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2022. No, not anymore. No, I walk everywhere now. I walk and get the train these days. I've just knocked it on the head. And I don't really need to, because of work. Where I work is very close to where I live, so I'm not really in a need to do that. I don't have a need for a little 125 anymore. And by the end, I wasn't enjoying riding. I wasn't riding to have fun and to go to work. I was just going to work. And when COVID hit, it was like, I don't enjoy this anymore. I'm just literally going to work, going home from work, going to work. I lost my enthusiasm. I lost my enthusiasm by that point. Do I miss riding? A little bit, but at the same time, I don't. It just became a tool to get to and from work. I didn't enjoy it by the end, and yeah, it just wasn't enjoyable. I didn't enjoy it. And do I miss it? Yes, I do a little bit. I do miss that little bit of extra freedom, but if I need to go anywhere, I'll just get the train or walk, really. It's not the end of the world. And in reality, I have work in YouTube. I don't really go out much these days. I just don't have the spare disposable income to go out and do days out at the moment anyway. Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I do miss some of the exploration and going on little long rides to explore things and go out riding with my mates and all that, and finding having a little explore and going for a ride and having a giggle and having a laugh. But at the same time, it costs money. Insurance, road tax, fuel, costs money, and I just don't have the disposable income at the moment to justify getting another one and going through all that again and buying all helmets and gloves. I just don't have the disposable income, don't have the inclination, and I just don't have the energy for it either. Do I miss sometimes? Yes. At the same time, I gave it to my mate. My mate has a couple of workshops. He fixed up all the crash damage and then he sold it on. Initially, his fiance was going to learn to ride on it, and yeah, she just went, nope, don't want it. She's got a different bike now anyway. She's got a different bike there at the moment. But he fixed it up, sold it on. He got it for nothing. Bought the parts, sold it on. So he actually made money on it. So I gave it to him for nothing. I didn't sell it. I signed it over to him. So he got a free bike. All he had to do was pay for the parts to repair it, which ironically, he had his trade discount card, so we didn't have to pay full price because of his old business. And he sold it on and actually made a profit on it. So yeah, it's in a better place now. It's in a better place. So someone else is enjoying riding it now, and getting their use out of it, and probably delivering pizzas or kebabs or something, or takeaways. But my enjoyment of passing my test was short-lived. As 2 months I got my license, I got COVID. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I look at the channel data, I look at the channel analytics, and you can tell when the pandemic hits. You can tell when I say this to anyone who's got a channel and makes content. You can tell when the pandemic hits because the average view counts go, and it's very subdued, very subdued. Now, other channels did really well because of the topics they were covering and things like that. In hindsight, when COVID hit, I should have done the Football Club History series then. I should have started the Football Club History series in 2020 when we had nothing going on. That should have been what I should have been doing in hindsight. Hindsight's really useful. And of course, I would have still covered all the news headlines about return to play, bubble, playoffs, bits. But that's when I should have done player profiles, club histories, disastrous NRL season. All the history videos I've done, I should have done then. That's when I should have really done started the Football Club History series. I think that would have been a good idea. But it is what it is. It happened. We've dealt with it. We've moved on. But you could definitely tell when the sporting world and the world shuts down in March 2020, you can tell exactly when the various lockdowns were being brought in and the various leagues and sports around the world stopped functioning. And yeah, I mean, look, it was so surreal at the time. It was so surreal. And I completely understand why things have changed and where we're at now. But honestly, if I'm looking at it, so much has happened. I mean, this time 5 years ago, we were in lockdown. No sport was being played anywhere. It would be a month and 4 days before the NRL would resume play on May 28th, 2020. That was 5 years ago. And the following week, the AFL would resume play, the first week of June. So that's how long it's been. It's been 5 years. Now, like I say, so much has changed in those last 5 years. But yeah, that's how far back it was. Football is nothing without the fans, so let's price. Well, it was weird watching. So when the NRL resumes play in 2020, it was weird watching from round 3 to round 7 with no fans in attendance. That was odd. And then I started getting used to it, and then they started letting fans back in. And it is interesting that Peter V'landys, who in charge of Australian Rugby League. He basically, in hindsight, wished he hadn't have shut the league down, and he wished he had played through with restrictions. That is a hindsight decision with what we now know, and it's very interesting that the death rates and infection rates, we're not discussing it anymore. It doesn't get discussed. It's still a thing. People are still catching. Because look, you've got Eddie Howe's just been released from hospital with pneumonia. The Pope and Eddie Howe both had pneumonia at the same time. Now, the Pope was a lot older and had underlying health issues, but it's very interesting that Eddie Howe and Pope Francis, who's just passed away, both were in hospital at the same time with pneumonia. That is really, really interesting. And I remember in like the summer before and leading up to Christmas 2019, I had several really, really bad chest infections. Really, I felt really rough. My mum wasn't well, and when I moved into my old apartment, which many of you may remember, I was really ill over that Christmas. I was really ill over Christmas, and obviously I follow the NRL and I follow a lot of what happens in Australia and New Zealand and around the world. So I've been watching a lot of international news, and of course, back then I was still playing on the old Xbox, so I'm still playing my Call of Duty. I'm still playing, my Xbox games and all that, going online, playing Forza and all that. And of course, you're playing with people around the world. And so it was very interesting getting the perspective of people around the world and what was going on. Very interesting. And yeah, look, as I say, when everything shut down, it was surreal. It was surreal, absolutely bizarre when it all shut down. And how the last 5 years have flown by is madness. I can't believe we're nearly halfway through 2025. The last 5 years have been gone. Just they've flown by, absolutely flown by. And yeah, if I'm being honest, it is very, very surreal. And it is amazing that, the last 5 years have absolutely flown by. All the changes and things that have come and gone. And it's very interesting on the news. We don't hear about COVID anymore as a virus. Now, whether it's burnt out and it's done its course and, herd immunity and all that, we just don't hear about it. We don't hear about people dying of it anymore. We don't hear about people being hospitalized with it anymore, although they probably still are. And it seems to have come and gone in a flash. But at the time, we just didn't know what was going to happen. Like, we did not know what was going to happen at the time. It was so bizarre, and I've had these discussions like with people before, and looking back at 2019 and 2020, and that builds up to what we now have had and where we're at in the world. Yeah, it was really bizarre. It was a bizarre time, and when it all shut down, it was just really, really odd. But the same discussions were being had with the HIV/AIDS back in the early 80s, that we're all going to die. We're all going to die. Everyone's going to, and we haven't. And the infection rate's actually falling. I remember in the early 2000s when I was at at school. Because I was at boarding school, we had a lot of people from all over the world, right? And I remember in the early 2000s when SARS was a thing, and they had notices up all around, the school, and they were like, "Have you been to Hong Kong or Southeast Asia, like Singapore? Have you been to any of these countries during the school holidays?" And of course, the answer was for some students, yes. And there was a big thing about it, but there wasn't a massive thing on the news. There wasn't anywhere near the level of panic we had in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Nowhere near the level of carnage. Swine flu, I remember swine flu in the late 2000s. A friend of mine did catch it and was very ill with it. But it came and went pretty quick and wasn't overly disastrous. But yeah, this one, I mean, it's still interesting. People are still getting pneumonia in late April, early May, which is I don't know. It was something. Just yeah, I don't know. And a lot of people have lost trust with the mainstream media over this period, and society and politicians and rules. It's definitely changed us as a society. It seems we've learned nothing over the last 100 years since the Spanish flu pandemic. But then we've had other outbreaks of really severe, like flus, like the Hong Kong flu of, was it 68? Killed a lot of people. Big outbreak of a real bad variety of influenza in the 60s, killed a lot of people. Hell of a lot of people died. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't like TikTok. I never have. I've never been a fan of TikTok. And yeah, I've never been, as I say, I've never been a fan of TikTok. It's not that great a platform anyway. But I've never been a massive fan of it. But as I say, a lot of sports stars now live their lives on Instagram and TikTok, don't they? And a lot of them have been criticised for spending more time on their social medias than focusing on actually training, getting fit, staying fit, doing what they're paid to do. And so, yeah, your Paul Pogba's of this world are seen as too interested in their social media following than actually doing what they're paid to do, which is play football or play rugby or play cricket or whatever sport. And a lot of the high-profile athletes have been heavily criticised for their social media use. And I look at it, and you look at like people like Cristiano Ronaldo, and he is quite a divisive character for his personality and how he comes across. And he's not a very likable human being, but he breaks onto the scene at Sporting Lisbon before going to Manchester United. Facebook wasn't a thing. So that's how long he's been involved in professional sport. It's amazing that. YouTube was just starting up as he's playing his early years at Man United. That's what's crazy about Cristiano Ronaldo. That's how long he's been playing professionally. It's like Tom Brady. Look at his professional career. Tom Brady's professional career. He was drafted. Was Tom Brady drafted 99 or 2001? I can't remember. Was it 2000? Tom Brady's career predates YouTube. He's only recently retired in the last couple of years. Let that sink in. There are some high-profile athletes who are still either just retiring or are nearly retired, but still in their professional careers, who started in their chosen sport before social media. So Tiger Woods in golf is an example, a very good example in golf, actually. I'm trying to think. Wow, that's mad. 3 years old when Tom Brady was drafted. So basically, your entire life has been Tom Brady's professional and collegiate career, because he'd have spent 2 to 3 years at college by the time he's drafted. So that is his entire career is your life. That's how long he's been playing at an elite level. That is ridiculous. I know he's retired now, but only for like the last couple of years. But that is mad when you think about it. That your entire life has been his elite level collegiate and NFL career. That is how crazy that is. It's like LeBron James. The majority of his career, I think, if not, was it LeBron James was drafted before social media? I'm trying to think. It's definitely the last 2 decades that the whole sports media landscape has changed, and society has changed massively. I think we peaked as a society in the late 90s, early 2000s, personally, but that's just me. I think we peaked as a species in the 90s, and I think we peaked as a society in the 90s. I think people were a lot happier in the 90s. I think there was a lot more hope in the 90s of what the future could bring. And there was a lot more, I don't know what the term is. There was definitely a lot more in a positive innovation in the 90s, and the direction we were going, and we went wrong somewhere. Decisions were taken where things went wrong. And but I do think we were onto something in the 90s, and we made mistakes. But I have nothing but fond memories of the 90s as a kid, really. Okay, now the fact that Tiger Woods won his first Masters the year you were born is, yeah. Was that like 96, 97? Fucking hell. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I was already 7 years old. Wow. Or 6.5 when he won them. I would have been 6.5 when he won the Masters. No, I would have been 7.5 when he won the Masters. Born in '89. I actually remember Tiger Woods' first Masters as well. I was allowed to stay up. I used to watch the Masters all 4 days. I was allowed to stay up and watch all 4 days, and I was allowed to watch the final day's play, and I remember it vividly. The first Masters I actually remember watching was the '94 Masters, but no, I remember I used to love watching the Masters at Augusta. I used to love watching it, and I think that is the pinnacle of golf. That and the Open. The Masters and the Open are the two pinnacles of golf. If you can win both of them and win both of them in the same year, you're classed as one of the greats, in my opinion. Because to do that, you've got to be a special player to do that. But no, Tiger Woods changed golf. Tiger Woods changed golf. And in part because he was so young when he started winning. Changed golf. He made it so that young people wanted to play golf. And it changed golf's fan base as well. It made it so that young people wanted to play the sport because he was young and he was from a mixed background. So he made it. He brought golf into the 21st century. Now, what golf has done, since over the last few years, and in regards to their TV rights, okay, you could argue it has not been good. It's been very divisive. But you got to have a look at golf and go, you know what? There was a moment, and Tiger Woods was one of those. Was a batch of players in the '90s, because he wasn't the only one. There were many, but he was one of those players in the '90s, and he was the driving force. And Tiger Woods and other players of that generation changed the sport. in a good way. But then golf got greedy, much like other sports, into the 2000s, and then we lost our way significantly in the 2000s and 2010s. We went down the wrong path, I think. But no, Tiger Woods, yeah, he was one of those trailblazers that definitely left an impact on the sport that he played and continues to play now. I don't know how much longer Tiger Woods has got left in him, personally, at the top level. He's had a lot of injuries, and of course, he's had his personal demons off the course, which has obviously impacted his form and his play and his career. But yeah, he's had his injuries and he's had his controversies, and that's something that when all is said and done, people will look back on Tiger Woods' career and go, he was a fantastic player, but he was a flawed human. But he definitely altered the sport in a way that I think very few players will alter it again. But then you look at so many sports where individuals or teams have had an impact that have changed how a sport is played or competed, or they've just changed it in a way where they were so dominant. Some for the better, some for the worse. It's like the New Jersey Devils in the 90s played the trap, and they changed how the NHL and how the game was played in the NHL. And it was successful for them, but it wasn't great for the game. That makes sense. The game became too defensive. You could argue, the Dutch with total football in the 70s. Well, they didn't win anything with total football in the 70s. They made 2 World Cups, and they sort of changed how you looked at football in a way, and tactically. Rugby league, the defining moment with rugby league is the COVID pandemic and the rule changes that speed up play and make the game faster. And then you look at the individual players that have impacted. I mean, Cameron Smith has redefined the hooker role in rugby league, the dummy half. The fullback role, you could argue, Billy Slater, James Tedesco, both of them have had a massive impact on the fullback role. And then there's fullbacks now who are going to have a bigger impact than they are. The halves, Andrew Johns. Wing play, Wendell Saylor. And Lottie Takiri. Okay, we're going to have some big wingers then. And then, cross-code internationals like Jason Robinson, making it really fashionable for league players to go to union and union players to go to league, having a positive impact. And then the negative impact is Sam Burgess going to union. It doesn't work. I think Adrian Morley going over to the NRL when it wasn't financially really wasn't financially incentivized. He just wanted to test himself. Paves the way for more young Europe. Well, I'm going to say European talent, because I do believe at some point we're going to get French players playing in the NRL. Overseas talent going to the NRL. He paves the way for a lot of English talent to go there. And he's my favourite player. So Adrian Morley is my favourite player in rugby league history. So I've always said that. Rugby union, you could argue Dan Carter, Ronan O'Gara, Johnny Wilkinson, and Johnny Sexton between them, pick your best fly half out of them. The impact Jonah Lomu has, Van der Westhuizen in regards to scrum half play, any number of rugby union players with the impact they had on their sport. Shane Warne and Mira Litherin as spin bowlers in cricket. Brian Lara as a batsman. breaking individual Test match records. Sachin Tendulkar was the first player to 100 Test hundreds. There are certain players who you could argue are the greatest of all time in any sport. And I always find that interesting when you have era-defining players who define their sport and change their sport in various ways. And then you have coaches as well, individual coaches who have an impact and change a sport in certain ways with their coaching and their coaching techniques and their style of play. And I'm going to say the most influential coach on football is Herbert Chapman, because he brings in the first ever 4-4-2 formation and implements the 4-4-2 as a formation and was ahead of his time. And then you could argue further down the line, as other coaches come along at club and international level, they also have an impact on the game until you get to today, where you have tiki-taka under Pep Guardiola when he first brings that system along, which has now died a death and has now been evolved. And then you look at Brian Clough, for example, with Nottingham Forest. You look at Arsene Wenger with Arsenal and Monaco, and then you look at Alex Ferguson with Aberdeen, and then Manchester United with his man management. And then you look at Ancelotti and how successful he's been. Mourinho with his defensive philosophy and counter-attack play, and the mind games he uses to unsettle the opposition. Puskás. Loads of different coaches have had different impacts. So Bobby Robson, and how they have had various impacts on the leagues and national sides and teams they coached and the style of play. And then you look at certain moments that change a sport for whatever reason, be it an act of foul play, a particular style of play that they go, okay, this is no longer good for the sport, we're going to change rules, a whole number of things. It's like in North American sports, bringing in salary caps. That is something very, very interesting to look at. The fact that Major League Baseball still does not have one, and they will get one. It will happen. There will be a player strike or a lockout. I'm always into reading. Yes, I've got loads of books, absolutely loads of them. What am I reading at the moment? I've got a couple of books on my side table here. I've got a couple of books over there that I'm reading through at the moment. I've got a lot of books on a lot of subjects. So yes, I'm always into reading. I always have been. Always will be. I love reading. Always have done. I think I never got an Amazon Kindle, thankfully. My ex-girlfriend had one, and I'm so glad that I didn't get one. So glad that I didn't get one. But no, my before I started this channel up, the girlfriend I had at the time, my partner at the time, she was big into her Amazon Kindle, and I never got into it. More historical non-fiction. I do have historical novels that I read, but I prefer factual. A lot of military history, just a lot of history in general. Anything to do with railway history, military history, social history, anything like that. Biographies I'm quite interested in. So anything like that, really. I've got some sports books as well. I've got some sports books. I've got some books by Phil Tufnell. They're really funny. The Guide to the Ashes and Guide to Cricket by Phil Tufnell. They are hilarious reads. I do suggest anyone who likes cricket or funny sports stories, read the Phil Tufnell books. They are brilliant. They are really good. Reading is all about having the hard copy. Nowhere near the same with the online book. Well, true. That is true. I will agree with that. But yeah, as I say, my Phil Tufnell books, I do suggest you read them. The Guide to the Ashes and Guide to Cricket. Some of the this is where sport has changed and become far more professional, because the best one of Phil Tufnell's tales is one that involves him. When he's, I think it was the '94 Ashes, '92, when he one of the Ashes series in the '90s, and they're playing in Australia. They're in the middle of the outback. They're in the rural. I can't remember if it's Queensland or New South Wales. And they're in this small town. And there's this hotel, and they go out in this pub one night, and they're having a few drinks. And Phil Tufnell, being a bit of a character, goes home with one of the barmaids back to her place. And in the morning, he wakes up and he realizes he's about 10, 15 miles outside of town. And he goes, "How do I get back to town?" And she goes, "You can borrow my bike. Here's the directions." And so he's cycling, and he gets a bit lost in the town, and he's looking for the hotel where the team's staying at. And a local recognizes him, and he gets away with this, missing curfew, because the local thinks that he's going for an early morning cycle because they've got a tour match that they've got coming up against a local select Prime Minister's 11. And Phil Tufnell gets away with it by quick thinking, by asking, going, "I've got lost on a cycle ride. I need to find the team hotel." And the local directs him to the hotel he's staying at. And so he manages to get into the hotel just before all his teammates wake up for this tour match. And then he has to play the tour match still drunk. There you go. I love history about the old empires and tribes. I learned that Buddha became the main religion in Sri Lanka. Buddhism Sri Lanka due to northern Indian tribes wanting a Buddhist state. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, look, history is brilliant. Sports history is a lot of fun, especially when you hear some of the chaotic, as I say, Phil Tufnell, some of the cricket stories of various Ashes series and cricket series where players get up to no good. And there was one cricket press conference where the Australian team is being selected. I think it was in 1956. And the captain had a very tempestuous relationship with the media. And this one particular journalist was highly critical of how he'd been playing and why he was selected as captain. And he tried to throw him out the third story of a hotel. He literally jumped across they got the desk out, they got the table out, the microphones and the cameras. And this is in the early days of TV, so very few TV cameras for the evening news. They would have to tape the interview, rush over to the TV station, and then play the interview for the news broadcast and do the editing. And of course, you've got the radio people as well. And what basically happened at this press conference was there was a lot of questions. This Australian player, I forget the captain's name, he wasn't very happy with some of the questions. There was a bit of needle to it. He gets up, throws the table over, grabs the journalist and tries to throw him out of the third story of this hotel. I think either in Melbourne or Sydney. He basically tries to kill this journalist. He really lost it. You couldn't do that now. I don't know if you have seen it, but Mansfield Town player Lucas Atkins has been jailed for 14 months. What has he been jailed for? Oh, this Jill, Jesus. Okay. What's his name? Lucas Atkins. What has he been jailed for? What has Lucas Atkins been put? Oh, death by dangerous driving. Wow. Oh dear. That is not. He's not the first footballer to be killed, to be jailed. Oh, Lee Hughes. Was it Lee Hughes or West Brom? I seem to remember he got done. Was it Lee Hughes? West Brom drink driving, and he went away for a while, and his career never recovered, and West Brom sacked him. 14 months. Yeah, he won't be inside that long. He'll be out sooner than that. But it's not good, is it? It's not good. It's not good at all. But he's not the first footballer to be jailed for driving offences. That I do know. He's not the first one to be jailed for driving offences. We've seen quite a few fall foul of the road traffic laws and the DVLA and road traffic police. But 14 months, he did kill someone. For me, that's too lenient. And the fact it's been going on since 2022. Oh, grief. I don't know if people realise how close international cricket players are. They're with each other for a long time. Like just think about how long Anderson and Broad were with each other for all those tours. Yeah, they were together a very long time. They played the majority of their international careers together. Two of the best bowlers in history with their wicket totals. I can understand that. I think. The accident happened in 2022. I mean, look, that just shows how backlogged our legal system is. But no, he's not the first football player to go to jail for causing death by dangerous driving. I do remember there was a West Brom player. I think it was Lee Hughes. He went to jail for a long time. Is it necessary to be taught to be a successful fast bowler? A lot of fast bowlers are over 6 foot because if you want to bowl bouncers, but there are some fast bowlers like Darren Gough wasn't tall and he was quick. Hoggard wasn't tall and he was quick. I seem to remember. Dale Steyn wasn't the tallest, but he was over 6 foot. But when you get the Morkel brothers, they were quite tall. Sean Tate was quite tall. Finn was quite tall. I would suggest that it depends on what style of fast bowling you're bowling. If you are like a Malinga who can bowl Yorkers and is very accurate, Malinga bowled very few bouncers. He wasn't the tallest. He was all about speed and power. And he didn't get a lot of bounce. He was always deliberately very accurate, very low around the stumps, bowling fast. Whereas you've got other players like Harmison who are quite tall because they can bowl bounces. So it's all about the style of fast bowler you want. Do you want in swing? Do you want out swing? Do you want to have pure wicket to wicket, just pure pace and accuracy? You can bowl Yorkers and at a certain length. And a lot of fast bowlers have that slower ball or variation. So it varies. Malinga and Sean Tate were classed as slingers. The slinger Malinga and then Sean Tate. Malinga was always very accurate. Sean Tate wasn't. Sean Tate was not accurate. He would spray it all over the place. Malinga was scary accurate with his Yorkers. It's a shame he didn't play more Test cricket. Why haven't Mansfield handled it well? I mean, what have Mansfield done that in regards to the situation? Because have they sacked him? Have they supported their player? I don't know enough on the situation. All I know is he's got 14 months. But I just had a quick look on the news headlines, and he was sentenced about an hour before we started this live stream, about an hour and a half before we started the live stream, apparently. So it's an ongoing story in that regard. It will be interesting to see what goes on. I don't know enough about Lucas Akins and the whole situation, but How have Mansfield not handled it well? Is that because they publicly come out and supported their player through the whole process? Was he not suspended internally by the club? Did the Football League not suspend him? This is where I don't follow league football that much. Owen Hargreaves was a brilliant box-to-box midfielder. As a commentator, okay, he's not the most exciting as a pundit, as a commentator, but he's a very intelligent man. He speaks more than one language, which helps. He's bilingual. And he was a very, very good box-to-box defensive midfielder. He was very good as a defensive midfielder in that role. Unfortunately, injuries did for him. Because one of his parents is Canadian. That's why. I think his dad or his mum's Canadian. And he was born on an army base. So one of his parents is Canadian, one of his parents is British, and he was born in Germany. Owen Hargreaves, though, is a very interesting character. I think the problem with Owen Hargreaves was his knees. He had terrible injuries, but he was a very, very, very good player. He was a very versatile player. Didn't score a lot of goals, but he didn't have to. That wasn't his role in a team. Well, people say that. I think he wasn't used effectively in the right role for England. But at the same time, you had so many quality players that there were so many big personalities that it actually impacted the England side in a negative fashion. But he did a job. He was a role player. He was a role player. He did a job. I can look at Owen Hargreaves' career. Definitely do a career video on him. Because he's a very interesting player. He makes his debut for England in the 5-1 win over Germany in Munich. He was playing for Bayern Munich at the time. Ultimately, he ends up playing for Manchester United. And then I think he had a brief stint with Manchester City, I think. But he was, by the end of his career, his knees were gone and he had a lot of knee injuries and that hampered him. And he didn't score that many goals. Well, Ji-sung Park, we can get those Korean viewers up. I can look at Ji-sung Park. I mean, he was a very good box-to-box midfielder as well. He was a very good player. He was a very, very good player. Both Hargreaves and Ji-sung Park are criminally underrated. And Michael Carrick as well. Yeah, I mean, he had cardio. He had fit. He was one of the fittest players to play the game. He just was a workhorse, but he could score goals where Owen Hargreaves didn't really have that. Owen Hargreaves scored a few goals, but Ji-sung Park really, he supplemented his box-to-box midfield play with some really handy goals. He was a clutch goal scorer. Didn't score many, but when he did, they were important. He was a good link player as well in attack, and he was very good defensively. He could do a job for you. He was a multifaceted player, a workhorse basically. So was Owen Hargreaves. They were both engine rooms. They could do a job for you, and they could play in a variety of roles in the team. And I think Manchester United are a lesser team without the likes of those two players or players in that similar mould. They don't have players who do the same role anymore. And I think that's part of the problem where Man United have struggled over the years, is they never really truly replaced Ji-sung Park and Owen Hargreaves in that defence-first midfield role where they do a bit of everything. They just don't have that workhorse in the midfield. They don't have that engine room. Mainu has the potential to become that all-round player. I think he's a very talented young prospect. He has the potential. I don't think he'll fulfill that at Manchester United. He might fulfill that at another club with a different coach with a better atmosphere. Yeah, but Ji-sung Park was a good link player. Same with Paul Scholes. They didn't score many goals, but when they did, they were fantastic. I need to look at Paul Scholes' his career as well. Paul Scholes was I think a lot of people underrate Paul Scholes for his passing ability and his goal scoring ability. And Paul Scholes, the weakness in Paul Scholes was his tackling. He wasn't the best tackler. He could tackle, but when he got it wrong, it was high profile. When he got it wrong, when he got sent off, it was at the worst times. I would think so, yes. I think more English players should be brave and play abroad at different points in their careers. I think that's a fair question. I think we are starting to see more English players at either beginning, middle, or end. It doesn't know where they are in their careers. Decide to do it, and Scottish players as well. McTominay's killing it in Italy at Napoli. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's not certain. Mo Salah has obviously decided to stay at Liverpool. Van Dijk is most likely going to stay at Liverpool. Trent leaving, it's going to be interesting. He's obviously said he's leaving, so if he does a U-turn now, I'm not sure how the fans are going to feel about that. I think he's burnt a lot of bridges at Liverpool. Whether it works with Real Madrid or whatever club he goes to will be very interesting. It's a watch this space. So watch this space with Trent Alexander-Arnold. Quite honestly, it'll be interesting to see where he does end up and whether, much like what happened with Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale used to play a similar role as a wing back and then became a winger centre forward. So, is he a Liverpool legend? I think he's a very good player who's played for Liverpool and has contributed to their recent successes. Yes, legend. If he had played his entire career there, yes, but now we won't know, will we? I think with Trent Alexander-Arnold, because he came through the system at Liverpool, I think that's where fans feel a bit betrayed that he's walking away. Yeah, okay, you win 2 league titles and a whole host of cup titles and a champ. Okay, we can argue that. Could you class him as a legend? It's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. I mean, there was a question there about Robbie Fowler and how he didn't get more caps for England and how he only had about 20 or so caps for England. That does stun me with Robbie Fowler. It does. But Robbie Fowler was a very good player for Liverpool, Leeds, Blackburn. He was a very good player. Was Robbie Fowler? I think a lot of players are eligible for both England and Ireland from the Merseyside northwest area. Yes, but no, Robbie Fowler was a very, very, very interesting player. Very good player. One of the best strikers Liverpool's ever had. But he also had a really good spell at Leeds and a really good spell at Blackburn as well. But I'm surprised he didn't end up playing more for England. He's a cult hero at Anfield, though. The Liverpool fan base still have fond memories of Fowler. So do the Leeds and Blackburn fan bases as well. He's very fondly remembered by the clubs he played for. He doesn't have. I mean, Robbie Fowler with the sniff the line celebration. That was him giving 2 fingers to the press because they were making accusations about him that weren't true, and those accusations have been proven to be false. That he was taking cocaine and he was a party animal and all that. Him and Steve McManaman, and those allegations have proven to be false. And he did get in a lot of trouble for that, a big fine and a suspension. But the way he basically did that endeared him to the Liverpool fan base more, as he had enough of the media basically printing crap about him and the Liverpool team at that time. And he could have dealt with that those allegations differently and the speculation differently about his private life, but he had kept quiet, and then he went, "Sod it, I'm doing this. I'm doing this celebration." And the FA and the Premier League looked a bit with dim view on it, but I think he endeared himself to the Liverpool fan base, and then he goes to Leeds, and he's a brilliant player for Leeds at the time he's there, and they nearly make a Champions League final while he's there, and he's fondly remembered by Leeds fans as well. And then he ends up at Blackburn for a period, and people forget that. But Blackburn fans remember Robbie Fowler with fond memories because he scored goals. He was a great player. I do think he was criminally underrated as well. I'll have to do a Robbie Fowler career video. That would be fun. That'd be fun doing a Robbie Fowler career video. He was such a complex, interesting character. He really was. Yeah, England did have some really good strikers at the time. They did. But I think he could have added something a little bit different. Robbie Fowler, the way he plays, reminds me a little bit of Jamie Vardy a little bit in how he plays the game, their style of play, and the fact that Jamie Vardy's still going at 38. Admittedly, he hasn't had the best season with Leicester, and Leicester haven't had a really good season, and they haven't scored in 9 consecutive home games, which is a record. But the fact that Jamie Vardy's still willing to keep going at 38 is, that in itself is madness. And again, people will say, why didn't he play more times for England? And that's a fair question. That is a fair question. I think he could have been really useful at the Euros, where we get to the final back in 2021. I think if Jamie Vardy was still part of the side then, I think that would have been really beneficial to the England setup. I think they were lacking that experience in the squad and that senior professional around the team. But then we obviously know about the Wagatha Christie and his wife and all that. And I think that became one of the reasons why I think he was sort of going to get frozen out was the issues with his wife and all that, and then how that was impacting the team at the time. But then again, people will look at Jamie Vardy's career and go, why didn't he have more appearances for his country? And that is a fair question. There have been some great players who've represented England who've had very limited number of caps. And yeah, there's some player profiles and some career videos we can do, and I'll be more than happy to do them. It's like, but yeah, Robbie Fowler, I enjoyed watching him play. He was one of my favourite players, and I do remember that celebration where he got the suspension for the sniffing the line celebration. But again, I'm going to say how the media operates in this country, very similar to like Australia as well with the tall poppy syndrome. Very, very toxic media landscape that we have. And a lot of players, a lot of athletes. This is why that question earlier, where certain athletes or more athletes seem to be more unapproachable than what they were, let's say 20, 25, 30 years ago. And Robbie Fowler is an example of it. They got sick and tired of how certain newspapers and, as time went on, news websites as well, were publishing articles and that were false and painting a false picture about them and being intrusive into their private lives. And you know what? They'd had enough, and fair play to them. And the same thing happens in Australia, the tall poppy syndrome, and a lot of it's like when Adrian Morley, I've listened to a few of his interviews, and when he landed in Sydney, to meet up with the Roosters the first days in Sydney, there was a load of press photographers waiting for him and film crews, TV crews, and he was like, "What is going on?" Because over here in England, rugby league outside of the M62, there's not a lot of press coverage, and even in the heartlands, there's not a lot of media and press coverage unless it's a big scandal like Zach Hardaker doing something stupid. And so he was absolutely stunned by the amount of media coverage when he's landing at Sydney Airport going through customs, and he's going out the exit to get his taxi to meet up with the Sydney Roosters officials and get settled with all his, meet his teammates. He was stunned. And the first bit of advice he was given was, watch out for the press. They're going to be brutal. They don't hold back. And our press are the same when, with football, and to a certain extent cricket and both codes of rugby, they are brutal. And this is where I think we're seeing less approachable sports stars now, because of the way the media has acted over the last 30, 40 years. It's had an impact. It's changed the relationship. And now when they're giving press conferences, the players and coaches come across as really robotic. They're not as colourful for the most part. There are some exceptions, and we seem to be losing the characters that we had in sport before. But anyway, we've gone on now. It's now nearly 10:30. We've been going now for 4.5 hours. I really appreciate all the questions this evening. We have discussed a lot of really interesting topics we've covered this evening. We've had viewers from New Zealand and the Netherlands, so that was interesting, having viewers from the Netherlands and New Zealand. Was not expecting to have viewers from Holland and New Zealand. It's been fantastic questions this evening. Really enjoyed it. We've discussed a lot of stuff. I know I've rambled on a little bit with certain topics, but I'm going to call it a night because I need to get to bed. I haven't even had dinner yet. Not that I can be bothered. I might just have some toast for dinner, but I'm going to call it a stream. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to the Anzac matches in the NRL in the morning, although it's only an hour and a half till morning. So I'm looking forward to the Warriors are playing a home game in Christchurch, which is going to be really interesting. That adds a bit of fuel to the fire of NRL expansion, considering that Western Australia and Perth seems to be back on the table as the 2027 expansion team. And it adds fuel to the fire of having a team in South Island and New Zealand. So we shall see with that. But from me for now, thank you very much for all the questions. Really appreciate it. I've really enjoyed answering all your questions. It's given me some food for thought for some video ideas, for some career videos on players. So we can look at Owen Hargreaves, Jason Park and Robbie Fowler. We can definitely look at the career of Robbie Fowler. I think that'd be the one that I'd do first, because he was a fun player. He was fun. But anyway, I'm going to leave that there with a video on Robbie Fowler to be on my to-do list, and Owen Hargreaves and Jason Park, they're on my to-do list. But for me for now, thank you very much for watching, and I'll have some more content for you all. Keep your eyes peeled very, very soon. But it is from me. Goodbye for now, and thank you for being part of the live stream. I really appreciate it, but it is goodbye for now.